everyone, welcome back to my astrology channel. Now before I begin the monthly reading for May 2022, I just want to thank everyone for liking, subscribing and commenting on my videos and subscribing to my channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you very much to all of you. And those of you who watch my videos and are watching now and have not subscribed to my channel yet, please do, because that's going to help me grow my channel. Thank you very much. So today's video is the monthly forecast for the month of May 2022. Now, before I go into each of the zodiac sign, each of the 12 zodiac signs, I just want to give you an overview of how the month is going to play out, the energies available, the astrological energies that you will experience in the month of May. Now, the month of May is largely about a kind of a transitioning phase from the Pisces energy to Aries energy, because lots of personal planets are moving from the sign of Pisces to the sign of Aries in the month of May 2022, starting with Venus, and then there is Mars going in there and also Jupiter. So Venus, Jupiter and Mars all will be moving sign this month. Now Mercury is going to be in the sign of Aries itself from the beginning of the month, because it was in the sign of Pisces in the month of April. So in the month of May, Mercury is going to transition from Aries to Taurus, but the first 3 weeks of May, it's still in the sign of Aries. So there's a lot of Aries emphasis in the month of May. So what's going to happen is you will feel the energy shifting from the Piscean kind of energy to more Aries energy. Now Pisces is a watery energy, it's a mutable energy, and Aries is more cardinal and fiery energy. And being the 12th sign and the first sign of the zodiac, there's a major shift occurring in the month of May. So anything that you have been trying to move along, trying to progress in, and you're feeling that the progress is stalled or it's slow or is not moving, or you are not kind of getting a clear picture of where you're heading, the month of May will give you a lot more clarity in terms of helping you to make that move by yourself. You will be very fired up in the month of May and going forward as well, June, July onwards. But the transition month is the month of May, because the planetary energies are shifting. Now there is going to be a lunar eclipse in the month of May as well, on the 16th of May in the sign of Scorpio. So lunar eclipse is about culmination, so you will feel that energy as well, literally culminating. Whatever has been done until now comes to culmination, fruition, and there's a need to move on to the next energy, a new beginning at the end of the month in the sign of Gemini, which is a lot to do with communication and connection. So things will be rebirthing during this month. So there's a need to really let go of old energies, old stuck energies, even behavior. It's not just the relationship or the job or the financial situation, it's just your mindset as well, your outlook. If you are approaching matters in your life in a certain way, this is the month to transition and really start to get moving this month, because Aries energy is a lot about taking charge. It's about putting in the effort, putting in the action, taking action towards your goals and ambitions and moving things forward. Aries is a sign of leadership. It's a sign of, initiative. It's a sign of getting ideas off the ground. So your thoughts and process that you have been preparing while planets were in the sign of Pisces, now it's shifting to a more Aries energy, which is really get going, let's get moving, let's get the job done, let's get things launched, let's get things initiated, let's get things started. So that's what the energy will be in the month of May, because it's transitioning from Pisces to Aries. Now I will discuss all the 12 zodiac signs and how this month of May, all these planetary energy is going to play out for each of the 12 zodiac. So let's begin. Hello Aries, so this is your monthly forecast for the month of May 2022. So Aries, to begin with, in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on your sign, because the planets are moving from the sign of Pisces into your sign. Venus, Jupiter, Mars, they all are transitioning this month and will bring the focus to your sign a lot. So it's your first house, it's your whole life path, your whole the entire charts gets activated when planets are in the first house. So this is the month, Aries, which deals with yourself, your money matters, your subconscious internal motivations as well. It deals with your how you communicate, how you connect with career matters, your professional gains, your finances and social circle. All these are in focus in the month of May 2022. Now, the month begins with a Venus in a harmonious aspect with Pluto. Now, Venus on the 1st of May is still in the sign of Pisces because it transitions into the sign of Aries on the 2nd of May. But on the 1st of May, it still has that Pisces energy. So it's still very compassionate, creative, and still in that dreamy zone of Pisces. Now, it's connecting with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 12th house and 10th house energy is still there on the 1st of May. So you're still intensely, deeply thinking about your career, and you want, the changes that you want to make in your career matter. It's still on your mind. You are still motivated by that energy. So your outward image, your external, reputation, your career matter is still evolving you on a subconscious level, because Pluto has been in your career house for many years now. Connecting with planets in the 12th house, it's about really evolving more on a spiritual level, whatever it's connecting to with your career matters. So you're getting a perspective, you're getting a deeper understanding of what it means, the true fulfillment, true contentment, inner contentment. What does it truly looks like? So that's what you're getting kind of an understanding since the month of April, and even in the month of May, you're still getting a grasp of these energies, because planets will be in your 12th house in the sign of Pisces in the month of May as well, because they are transitioning this month. So like Mars, your ruling planet, is still going to be in the sign of Pisces until the end of the month, and then it transitions into the sign of Aries. So you still have that spiritual growth still taking place. You're still evolving, you're still understanding the deeper meaning and all that. Now, Aries, on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in your sign, in your 1st house. So this is the time, Aries, for fresh start in matters of love, money, relationship, your self-awareness, your self-image, your projection, how you project yourself, your priorities, your destiny, life path, everything. Because as planets are entering your 1st house in the sign of Aries, your whole chart gets activated, because it has this ripple effect on the entire chart. Now, everything does begins with how you see yourself, how you perceive yourself, how you perceive your surroundings, the actions you take. So when you create more awareness regarding your own destiny, what you want to achieve going forward, then the whole chart gets activated. Your relationship, you see relationship differently, you see your money matters differently, your career, your home matters, everything you see in a different perspective, because you are getting a clear understanding, you're getting more awareness regarding your own path, your own self. So with Venus in the 1st house, definitely it's also time to look at your appearance, your, how you project yourself, how you appear. All that is definitely going through a kind of a change, and you're very much eager to bring these change in your life. You want to come out and really show yourself now going forward. Now, Aries, in the 1st week of May, the planets are aligning very harmoniously in your chart. So for example, Jupiter is in a very positive configuration with Pluto, then Mars is very positively aligned with Uranus. So all these energy brings more positive changes in your life, and you are also inclined to bring these positive changes, because you are a bit more lighthearted, because things are maybe turning out the way you want, and you're getting a better understanding of where you're heading, what you want to achieve, and your perception, everything is changing. So with Jupiter and Pluto aligning, and with Mars and Uranus aligning, there's growth, positive growth, deeper understanding of what you want is taking place. Even you are definitely very much eager to bring a change in life, in your life, growth in your life, progress in your life, and you're very eager to make these changes as well. Now, throughout the month of May, you will feel this energy that there's a need to take action, and you're ready to and willing to take action as well regarding your career matters, money matters, regarding yourself, regarding your own spiritual growth, your overall growth. That's what the focus is. You want a more wholesome kind of growth going forward, Aries. Just focused on one area is not enough for you. You want a well-rounded kind of growth. So you're definitely very much focused on your spiritual side, your inner motivation, your subconscious, your healing, well-being, Your health is definitely in focus as well, with so much Aries energy in the month of May. And first house is about your health, it's about your body image, it's about your body, it's how you know, the upkeep of body and all that. So that's what the focus will be on in the month of May. So any kind of, you know, exercise, health regime, diet, whatever you want, or yoga, meditation, you know, more spiritual kind of exercises, if you want to take that on, it's a great time to really move these forward. Now Aries, in the first 10 days of the month of May, there's a positive influence of Mercury and Venus. So Mercury and Venus together is going to join and really create a harmonious energy for you. Now your first house and third house is activated because your Venus is in Aries in the first house and Mercury is in the sign of Gemini in your third house. So your self-image, how you project yourself, your appearance, and your communication style, and how you connect with people, all that is very well aligned. Great time to network with people, connect with people, collaborate with people, you know, communicate with them and share information, ideas, thoughts, you know, about yourself or your prospects, career matters, whatever you want to discuss, whatever growth you want to bring in your life. This is a great time to connect with people to bring in that energy, because on the 10th of May, Mercury is going to go retrograde in the sign of Gemini in your third house. So that's when you may have to rethink, reassess the decisions that you have taken, you know, regarding connections and communication, your career matters, yourself, and just overall your growth. So that may be the time for the next 3 weeks, from 10th May onwards, that you are reassessing or, you know, reevaluating your decisions and really taking matters related to your third house a little bit more slowly, because Mercury retrograde has the tendency to bring communication disruption, technological mishaps, you know, those kind of things. So just be mindful, you know, the emails you're sending, the communication, all those things, you are double checking them, and you're not just sending it in a hurry, in a haste. So definitely look at those energies as well in the month of May, because it's in your communication house. So Mercury is a communication planet going retrograde in your communication house. There can be some kind of disruption regarding communication and connection in the month of May. So just be wary of that energy, so that you are a little bit more careful when you are connecting and communicating, you know, with whomever you're connecting and communicating. Now moving forward, on the same day, on the 10th of May, when Mercury goes retrograde, Jupiter enters Aries. So from your 12th house, it comes in your first house, and this is absolutely brilliant energy, very blessed, very growth inducing, progressive, very, you know, enhancing, life enhancing kind of energy, because Jupiter has not returned to your first house for last 12 years, because Jupiter has a 12-year cycle. So after 12 years it comes back in your first house, and when it hits your first house, Aries, this is the best time for you to grow, expand, and this is not just materially but also spiritually, because Jupiter has this spiritual element to it. So this is the time, the way you're projecting yourself, the way you know, just your whole life path, your direction, whatever, this is the time to really look at your next 12-year cycle, what you are bringing in your life, what growth you want to bring in your life, what kind of development, personal development, self-development, even body image, you know, how you are look at yourself, your own confidence, your own esteem, how you project yourself, your fulfillment, self-image, self-fulfillment, self-esteem, all that, anything related to yourself is in focus with Jupiter, because Jupiter amplifies, expands wherever it goes. So in your first house, it's going to bring all that focus to yourself. Now just be wary of that. Jupiter can also bring overindulgence. So in your first house, it can mean gaining weight. So just look out for your health as well during this time. So with Jupiter in your first house until the end of October, this is a time of opportunities, expansion, growth, just overall a blessed time. Now Aries, on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 8th house. Now a lunar eclipse accompanies a full moon. So there's a full moon in the sign of Scorpio. Now lunar eclipse, full moon, is a time of culmination. It's a time of fulfillment, gratification, and also completion in that house matters. So 8th house is about shared finances, shared money, shared values, social finances as well, you know, loan, debts, any kind of, you know, loan, bank loans and all that. So this could be a time when you have repaid your loan completely and you are free to take the next step in terms of growing financially, because you don't have that burden, you don't have that debt to worry about. So you are financially free now, and you can bring in some plan of growth. So the purpose of eclipse is to bring big shakeups, big change, big shift, transition, transformation, all that. So your second house and eighth house axis, where Taurus and Scorpio sign is fully activated this year. So your money matters, whether it's personal or shared, is going through a major shift this year, most definitely. So this is the time when you look into your financial matter and your whole mindset around your financial matter, how you see your finances, how you approach your financial. Do you have a financial plan? Do you have any debt to pay? Do you have any debts or loans to pay off? All these things, this is the time to really look deeply into it, plan your financial matters going forward. Because Aries, this is the time to really look deeply into these matters, because it can be an emotional experience as well, because lunar eclipse brings endings. So whatever changes that comes about in your financial matter, due to maybe an emotional decision or whatever that might be in your life, this is the time also to think about what's next for you, what's the next step. Now, 8th house can also mean collaboration in terms of financial collaboration. When you connect with people for mutual gains, mutual benefits, financial benefits, investments, and all that can go through a kind of a shift in terms of ending, culminating. But every ending has a new beginning. So keep that in mind and think forward, and keep your mind positive, Aries, and think about what's coming next, what's your plan for the next 6 months, how you want to turn things around where your financial matters are concerned, what energies you want to bring in your life moving forward to improve your personal finance, to improve your shared finances, to build resources together or by yourself, whatever that might be. This is the time to really think and move forward in that direction. Now, Aries, on the 18th of May, Mars, which is your ruling planet, will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces in your 12th house, which is about subconscious motivation, past pattern, the need to take a break, retreat, isolate yourself. So with your ruling planet in your 12th house, this is a great time to put your heart into something meaningful, something fulfilling, something that is not just materialistic. So think about something that brings some kind of spiritual growth within you, a spiritual awakening. Now you are going through that energy anyways from the first half of this year. So going forward as well, Aries, when the planets move in your first house, that's the time to take action on all these plannings you have done and lead from a spiritual space that will bring you inner contentment and inner validation more than seeking external validation, Aries. So definitely moving forward, bring this energy within you in your life. And with Jupiter in your first house, it's important to see life more than just about making money and about external validation and about luxuries and money and all that. There's more to life than just having these material gains. So put your heart in something that is meaningful and fulfilling, Aries. Now, on the 22nd of May, the retrograde Mercury is going to move back in the sign of Taurus. So it was in the sign of Gemini, then on the 10th of May it went retrograde in the sign of Gemini, and on the 22nd of May it reaches the point where the Taurus sign is moving backwards in the sign of Taurus now on the 22nd of May, which is your money house. Taurus is your second house, which is about personal wealth, your own wealth, what you create by yourself, your own money-making capabilities, and your own value system as well. So Mercury here may make your, communication style, how you approach things, your motivation and all that may slow down on the 22nd of May until the time it's in retrograde motion. Also, Taurus is the energy of, it's a fixed energy, it's earthly energy, it's very focused, but it's not always willing to take action all the time. So with retrograde Mercury in the sign of Taurus, things may slow down and you may not be willing to take action as much as you would otherwise. Stay focused, stick to what your plan is, and just double check with this retrograde energy. Disruptions, technological or communication disruption can occur. So just be mindful of your double checking all your communications, emails, whatever that might be. So just double check everything you communicate during this time. And with Mercury being in the second house in the sign of Taurus, you may become a bit more focused regarding your money matters, regarding wanting to make more money. You are a bit more focused now because you want tangible results. And you may not completely get it straight up because of this retrograde energy, but the important thing is stay focused, stay persistent, and things will move forward slowly during this month going forward. Now in the third week of the month of May, Aries, Mars, your ruling planet, makes very positive alignment, positive aspect with Mercury and Pluto. So Mercury is in your second house during third week, and Pluto is your 10th house, which is career matters. So your money matters and career matters. And Mars, which is in your 12th house, it has not entered your first house yet. It moves it on the 24th, but just a few days before, it makes really positive configuration with planets in your 10th house and second house. So again, career matters, your money matters, you're very focused regarding all these matters. So Mars is almost on your first house cusp, so you are definitely slowly start to feel energized to take action regarding your money matters and career matters. You really want to move things forward. You are very deeply connected with whatever you are wanting to achieve during this time, and you are definitely, all these things are definitely on your mind third week on. In fact, the entire month of May and going forward as well, but things may slow down and pick up during the month. But definitely once Mars, your ruling planet, moves in your sign, which is on the 24th of May, things will really pick up for you, Aries. Now Aries, towards the end of the third week, there is again really positive configuration between Venus and Saturn. Now Venus is in your first house and Saturn is in the sign of Aquarius in your 11th house, which is about social circle, and Venus is in your first house. So it's a very positive time for connecting with people, socializing, even professional gains, collaborations, connecting with people on, in these matters. It's really a good time to really put yourself out there. So this is a great time to connect with people, because with Venus connecting with Saturn and your first and 11th house getting activated, there would be a need for companionship. There would be a need to be loved and valued during this time towards the end of the month, especially the third and fourth week, especially the third week, towards the end of the third week and the fourth week as well. So there will be definitely a need, desire to, project yourself in a way that you're valued and you're loved, especially when in terms of, collaboration, connections, social circle, people, or even your audience. If you're on social media, your audience as well, just people at large, or new encounters, or just anybody, your associates, acquaintances, anybody, you want to connect with them. So this will be a good time also to ask for favors from friends if you need that, especially people who are there to support you and to grow you, because Mercury will be aligning with Pluto, your 10th house and your second house, which is about your money matters. So it's a really so it's really aligning pretty positively and harmoniously. So you will, if you need favors from people in terms of your career matters, or growth, money matters, or collaboration, this is a time to reach out, and you will be very persuasive and focused in your communication as well to make a difference, Aries. Now the last week of May is quite intense, because there is really a lot of action happening in the last week itself. Venus will be moving out of your sign, from the sign of Aries into the sign of Taurus. So Venus entering Taurus, the sign it rules naturally, so it's in a very good place. So it's a good time for your financial matters, the last week. So any action that you took, connections you made during the time while Venus was in your first house, you may see some kind of movement moving forward, when Venus enters your second house. And you will also be very much interested in, splurging, spending money in beautiful things, luxurious things as well. So just be mindful of not overindulging, not going overboard, because Jupiter is in your first house as well, which is about overindulgence in terms of self. So you may spend money on yourself, on your appearance, on your material things that you need, luxurious things that you need. So just be mindful of you're not going overboard where spending, money matters, all that is concerned. Now on the 28th of May, Mars, that has just moved in the sign of Aries, conjuncts Jupiter. Now when Mars and Jupiter comes together, it's about action and expansion. So the progress that you want to bring in your life, the growth that you want to bring in your life, so anything that requires energy, initiative, courage, this is the time to kickstart those things, because Mars and Jupiter together really boosts your self-confidence. Your self-image is glowing during this time, so you are definitely very willing to take action, and you are very courageous as well to take action, and also physically very active to take action. Now on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini. That is your third house, Aries. So a new moon in the sign of Gemini starts a new cycle in your third house. So this is a time to look at your communication and connection with fresh eyes, and with a need to bring change, a new beginning, a fresh start in the way you communicate and connect with people, Aries. So Aries, overall the month of May is a great month for you to kickstart anything that you want to kickstart in terms of goals and ambitions and the growth that you want to see in your life going forward. And that can be regarding your money matters, your career matters, your social circle, yourself, your communication, connection, all that. So Aries, the month of May is really a great time for you to transition into a new cycle and really bring the opportunities and prosperity that you want in your life going forward, Aries. Hello Taurus. Now this is your May 2022 monthly reading. So in the month of May for you, Taurus, there's going to be a lot of focus on your social circle, on yourself, your career matters, your need for exploration, your internal motivation, your subconscious motivation, and your spiritual growth. So in this month, Taurus, the energies are shifting from Pisces energies to Aries energy. So that is your 11th house energies moving to 12th house energy. So 11th house is social circle, collaboration. It's about your gains, your hopes and wishes and all that. So energy shifting from collaborating and social circle to your 12th house, which is about spirituality, your subconscious. It's about evolution. It's about growing from within, inner fulfillment. And also it's about taking a break and, having a time to yourself as well. So on the first day of May, Taurus, on the 1st of May, Venus sextiles Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 9th house, and Pisces is your 11th house. So on the very first day of the month of May, Taurus, the energy is still around your need for exploration and collaboration. So your connections are deepening during this time, Taurus. Your collaboration, social circle, and your need for exploration, all these matters are coming together. So you want connection that's more deep, more meaningful, and also gives opportunity for growth, expansion, exploration, and also keeping your mind open to try out new energies, new opportunities, new territories, new people, meeting new people. So that's very much the energy the month begins with. But on the very next day, on the 2nd of May, Venus moves from the sign of Pisces into the sign of Aries, which is your 12th house. Now 12th house is your spiritual house. It's about your inner development, your self-development, personal growth in terms of your healing, in terms of your subconscious, motivations, where you grow from within. It's also the house of taking a break and really resting yourself, rejuvenating, recharging your batteries. So with Venus moving in the sign of 12th house, which is about spirituality, Venus is about how you value and what you value. And it's also to do with your relationship matters, money matters, and your own value system, your own self-awareness. So Venus in the sign of Aries in the 12th house is going to deepen your understanding of things you value, understanding of what is valuable to you in terms of your relationship, money matters, your goals. All that energy will be a bit more understood in a more deeper way. Now Venus is in the sign of Aries, even though it's in the 12th house. Aries is about bringing energy in your love life, bringing energy in your relationship, in your money matters. So love can still be spontaneous and direct during this time, even though it's behind the scene. And you are definitely very much eager, enthusiastic to show your love. You want to deepen your love at this time, or to deepen your love more on a spiritual level as well. So your love and your affection and your relationship matters, and all that is deepening more on a spiritual level. It's going more within, and you're not seeking external validation. You are very much content, fulfilled in terms of how you're approaching your your love life, your relationship, and all that. So if you think there is any kind of lackluster old patterns, old ways of functioning in your relationship or even your money matters during this time, this is the time to bring in that fresh energy in terms of approaching these matters differently. So Aries energy will bring this fresh start in terms of your love and money matters, but in the 12th house it will be a little bit more deeper and more on a spiritual level. Now in the first week of May, Taurus, there's a lot of positive configuration among the planetary energies. There's Jupiter connecting with Pluto in a very harmonious manner, and also Mars connecting with Uranus, which is in your sign during this time, in a very positive alignment. So there's a lot of positive, growth inducing, intense, deeper, more transformative kind of energy where your social circle and your need for exploration and expansion is concerned. So it's very harmoniously aligned. So if you're seeking new connections, new collaborations, for professional gains, your hopes and wishes, your dreams, whatever that might be, for expansion, to reach out to new territories, open your mind and explore, even traveling and learning, all these, there's really good harmonious energy in your in the first week of May itself. Now Mars is also connecting with Uranus. Now Mars is in the sign of Pisces in the first week, and the first 3 weeks of the month of May, Mars will be the sign of Pisces, and then towards the end of May, on the 24th, it moves in the sign of Aries. But in the first week of May, Mars is in the sign of Pisces in your 11th house, and Mars is also connecting with Uranus in a very positive configuration in the first week itself. Now Mars is in the sign of Pisces in your 11th house, and Uranus is in your own sign. So 11th house and first house energies are very harmoniously aligned during the first week of the month of May, and in fact the first 3 weeks as well. Mars is in the sign of Pisces in your 11th house. So there's a lot of enthusiasm regarding your need to collaborate, need to expand yourself in terms of these professional gains, your hopes and wishes, career matters, career gains, all those matters. You're very much eager to connect with group activity, social activity, and all that during the first 3 weeks. Now Uranus is in the first house, which is to do with yourself. So you are definitely already going through a reboot for the last few years. Your whole personality, your whole self image, it's all going through a change. So with this Mars and Uranus connecting in the first week, this is the perfect time to make things happen, and it will happen unexpectedly and very quickly as well. And you will be definitely on board this new energy as well, because it's very harmonious. It's not a challenging energy. So it's really a good time to put yourself out there, be open-minded, and really project yourself to gain and achieve your goals and ambitions, Taurus. Now Mercury is in the sign of Gemini in the month of May, especially the first 2.5 weeks of May. It is in the sign of Gemini, and it connects very harmoniously with Venus, which has just moved in the sign of Aries in your 12th house. So Gemini is your second house and Aries is your 12th house. So your 12th house and your second house matters are very harmoniously connected. So 12th house is your past pattern, old patterns, your subconscious self, your inner motivation, also things you're doing behind the scene which is not presented to the world yet. And second house is your money matters. So this is a very fun, loving, friendly aspect. So you may be spending money to have a relaxing time. Maybe you are retreating, you're going away, you're traveling, whatever, you want to get away. 12th house is the retreating energy, you want to get away. So that energy is definitely there in the second week of May. And Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th of May in the sign of Gemini, again your second house. So this is a time to look at reassess your money matters a little bit more deeply, because when Mercury is in a retrograde motion, there can be communication or technological disruption or mishap. So it's a good idea to keep a tab on your finances during this time. Maybe if you're communicating or connecting or sending emails regarding your financial matter, or just communicating generally, just be mindful of any kind of just double check the emails you're sending or communicating, or just be mindful of what you're communicating as well in terms of what you're saying. So be considerate towards the other people and their feelings, and what they're saying, listen to them as well, because it's a very socializing time for you as well, Taurus. We're definitely spending time with people, you're connecting with relationship matters as well. So it's a good idea to be mindful of what you're saying, how you're saying it as well, so that you're not misunderstood and the message you're trying to put across is not wrongly taken. So just be aware of this retrograde Mercury energy. Now Taurus, Jupiter moves in the sign of Aries on the 10th May as well. Now Aries is your 12th house. So Jupiter in your 12th house, Taurus, is actually a really great energy for spiritual advancement, spiritual growth, because it's almost as if you are divinely inspired, divinely connected during this time, because Jupiter is this spiritual energy, and in Aries there is a need to take action, there's a need to move forward, but it is in the 12th house, which is a kind of a low energy house. It's a house where you do not tend to take much action. You prefer to retreat and isolate yourself and take a break more. So Jupiter here, even though you want to take action and you're very much ready to take action, things may be a bit slow during the Jupiter's transit in the Aries sign. But it's also a time for spiritual advancement. It's a time for spiritual growth. Now Taurus, you are experiencing this Uranus in your first house for many years, and it will be there for a few more years. So you're already going through a reboot in your sense of self, your self-image. You are really moving forward. You're very focused on the material side of life during this time, your outward projection. So with this Jupiter in your 12th house, this is a great time to connect with your spiritual side as well, your inner side as well, inner motivation, your subconscious side. So whatever you're doing in life, whatever growth you want in your life, whatever goals and ambition that you have, are you connected with your inner self? Is it meaningful and fulfilling for you? That's what you can look at during this time with Jupiter in your 12th house in the sign of Aries. So there would be opportunities for prosperity and growth, most definitely. But the important thing is lead from a more spiritual space, a more internally fulfilling, meaningful kind of space, Taurus. Now on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 7th house, Taurus. Now 7th house is your partnership, relationship house, and it's both personal and business. So a lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon, which is about culmination. It's about reaching a point of gratification, fulfillment, or release, a completion, endings. So you may reach some kind of culmination where your relationship with other people are concerned, and this can be anybody, any one-to-one interaction. So any social interaction that you have, whether it's business or personal, may reach a kind of a fulfillment or a culmination. Now this culmination may not have to be an external or physical thing. It may be just your mindset, the way you think, the way you approach your relationship is changing, is going through a transformation. So you may be putting more energy. If you had not been putting energy in your relationship, you may be putting more energy in your relationship now. Maybe a close relationship needs your support and advice during this time, so you will have to extend that support and advice, and some kind of understanding, some kind of illumination, some kind of clarity will be reached during this time. And it is a lunar eclipse, so it is can be a very emotional time as well. Now on the 18th of May, Taurus, Mars conjuncts Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 11th house. Now when Mars comes together with a Neptune in your 11th house, Mars is all to do with this energy, drive, ambition, and Neptune is a little bit more spiritual energy. It's more about compassion, sensitivity. It can also lead to confusion and delusion. So in your 11th house, which is about collaboration, social circle, connecting with people or in a group activity or group projects, with this conjunction there's a need to connect more from what is close to your heart, what you feel from within, and something that has got more meaning, more spiritual meaning. It's not about taking action just from a materialistic point of view. It's about what is fulfilling for you. So if you're connecting with the collective, you may be connecting with the collective, maybe humanitarian activity, something like that, maybe charity, something you want to connect during this time. So you may have this desire to connect and do something that is more spiritual, more meaningful, or more charitable as well. Just be mindful not to get over-consumed by this, because Neptunian energy can be over-consuming, and you may be pushing hard on other people to take on what you think is spiritual and more humanitarian from your side. You may try to connect with a cause without getting a full grasp of what it is all about, and it may blur boundaries in a social environment and a social with your friends and all that. So just be mindful how you approach your social circle, not to push them too much, and respect boundaries of yours and others as well. Now Taurus, on the 22nd of May, Mercury, the retrograde Mercury, moves in the sign of Taurus. So Mercury was retrograde in the sign of Gemini. Now it has retrograded, now it has moved backward all the way to the sign of Taurus. So it has entered your first house now. Now when Mercury moves in your first house in a retrograde motion, your thinking and your learning, your thinking, communicating, learning skills, all that may slow down a little bit. Even though you're very focused and persistent, things may not move as fast as you would like to move. Now Mercury is also to do with connection, networks, communication, so all these can really slow down, even though it's in your first house, but it's in a retrograde motion. But in the sign of Taurus, it's a lot about focus and focus on yourself. So you're very much focused on yourself, your self-image, how you're projecting yourself during this time. You're very led by material gains. You're very much led by tangible gains during this time. So you may be connecting and communicating with people in order to gain something for yourself on a tangible basis. So it's a good time to be mindful of double checking. If you're sending emails, you're communicating, connecting, or any kind of analyzing your situation, this is a good time to really look at it, have a second look at whatever you're communicating, whatever you're sending. Even your speech, just be a little bit more considerate in terms of what you're saying, how you're projecting yourself, because in the first house everything comes into play. Your mindset, your communication, your outlook, your projection, everything comes into play. So it's a good idea to be a little bit more careful in terms of what you're saying. But Taurus, as a sign, you are fixed, an earthly sign, so you are anyways very focused, consistent, and careful, cautious anyway. It'll be alright for you to handle this energy. Now in the third week of May, Taurus, Mars makes a very positive, very harmonious aspects with Pluto and Mercury. Now Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 9th house, and Mercury is in the sign of Taurus, which is your 1st house, and Mars is in the sign of Pisces in your 11th house. So your 1st house, 11th house, and 9th house, all these energies are in focus during the third week of May, and it's a very well aligned positive energy. So your need for exploration, new opportunities, expansion, and connecting with new people and social circle with this 11th house energy, and yourself, projecting yourself, your self-image with the 1st house energy, all these are very well aligned during this time. So you're very enthusiastic and very persuasive as well in terms of your communication, and you want tangible gains, you want tangible results, outcome going forward where your collaborations are concerned and new opportunities are concerned. You're traveling and learning opportunities as well. All these are very well aligned in the third week, so it's a good time to make the most of these energies. Now on the 24th of May, Mars moves in the sign of Aries from the sign of Pisces, that is your 11th house, into the sign of Aries, and that's your 12th house. So 12th house is about your subconscious motivation. It's about re-evaluating your life path as well, because 1st house is your destiny, your life path. So the energy behind it becomes about re-evaluating it, preparing for it, to understand your motivation behind it, why you're doing it. So with Mars entering Aries in your 12th house, this is a great time to re-evaluate your life path, to understand where you're going, where you're heading, your goals and ambitions and all that. Now Mars is in its own sign in Aries, because our Aries is ruled by Mars, but it's in the 12th house, which can lead to a bit low energy. Now Mars is your drive, your need to take action, to move forward, and when it comes in your 12th house, it may not be as action oriented or as upfront about what it wants to do. So things may be happening behind the scene more than it's happening in front of the scene, on the stage. So this is a great time to really reevaluate your life path, lead from a more space where you understand your inner motivation, where you understand you or where you're heading, you are prepared, you have done your thinking, you've done the evaluation, you understand why you understand what you want and why you want that. And Taurus, for you, there's so much emphasis in your 12th house in the month of May and even a little bit in June. So this is time really to understand and reevaluate your life path, your purpose, your goals and ambitions. So understand that better, going forward. But this is the best time to, recharge your batteries, understand your motivations, and then be able to move forward when, when planets moves in your first house. Now, Taurus, in the third week of May, Venus, which is in the sign of Aries, in your 12th house, and Saturn, which is in sign of Aquarius, in your 10th house of career, aligns very beautifully. So Venus is sextiling Saturn in your 10th house. So when Venus and Saturn comes together in a positive alignment, you may be looking for reassurance, you may be looking for more love, or there might be need to be valued during this time, because Venus is about companionship, it's about relationship, your self-awareness as well. And Saturn in the 10th house, it's about your career matters, getting serious about your career matters. You might be facing some kind of delays in your career matters, so you need some kind of reassurance, validation, love, feeling valued and all during this time. Now on the 27th of May, Venus in your 12th house again squares Pluto in your 9th house. So with this Venus and Pluto energy, coming together in a challenging aspect, this may have a profound effect on your relationship, on your money matters, even a transformative emotional kind of effect. So in the third week of May, just be a little bit mindful how you're approaching, and the need for reassurance and being valued is a lot there, and this may have an effect on relationship, because you need a reassurance in your existing relationship. It may lead to power struggles and control issues as well in the existing relationship. So just be mindful of that energy, Taurus, towards the end of May. Now, Taurus, the last week of May is filled with a lot of activities. There's Venus moving the sign of Taurus in your house, in your first house, on the 28th of May. So your first house gets activated. So your self-image, your self-esteem, how you project yourself, all that is very much activated during this time. Now Venus in Taurus is its own sign, because Taurus is ruled by Venus. So this is a great time to project yourself. You'll come across very appealing, magnetic. So Venus in your first house in the sign of Taurus will make you more content, more fulfilled, more valued as well, and you'll feel the energy as well, more positive energy in your life, and it will have a ripple effect in all areas of life, because Venus in the first house, you're seeking pleasure, security, love, stability, all that, because Taurian energy is a stable energy. So you're definitely seeking a security and stability in your love life, in your money matters, and just your overall life during this time going forward as well, Taurus. Now on the 29th of May, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 12th house. Now when Mars and Jupiter comes together, this is a great time to take action. Anything that needs physical energy or even mental energy, whatever you want to do, whatever expansion, the goals and ambition that you have, to achieve that, this configuration of Mars and Jupiter coming together is really good to move things forward. But it is in your 12th house, so you may not be fully able to use this energy, because Mars in the 12th house may mean low energy, and Jupiter in the 12th house can lead to overindulgence in terms of retreating, having a break, going overboard with that. So with Mars, Jupiter together in 12th house, even though you want to take these actions, and even though opportunities are there of prosperity, this energy may not be completely used. So just be mindful of this Mars and Jupiter positive energy together in your 12th house, and this can be good for from a spiritual point of view. If not material, it can be great from a spiritual point, can be great for spiritual advancement, spiritual growth, Taurus. Now on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your second house of money matters. Now new moon means new beginnings, it starts a new cycle. So this is a great time to focus on your goals and ambitions going forward, where your second house matters are concerned. So anything related to your self-worth, your value system, your money matters, your possessions, assets, attachments, whatever you have, object attachments, your material gains and all that. This is a time to look at these things with fresh eyes, and bring in some new energy, a new cycle going forward, Taurus. So overall, Taurus, the month of May 2022 is a great time to focus on yourself, focus on your motivations, focus on what brings you joy, what brings you fulfillment, and keep your mind open, and opportunities will come your way, the prosperity, the abundant opportunity that you are seeking, wherever you see growth and expansion, it will come your way if you are a little bit more in tune with what you need to fulfill yourself from within. And if you need to reevaluate your life path, Taurus, it's a great time to do that, because there will be because there's so much emphasis on your 12th house. So do understand your motivation, what you're doing, why you're doing, and where you're heading, and then lead from a place of what brings you joy and fulfillment, more than overly focusing on external gratification and validation, Taurus. Hello Geminis, this is your monthly reading for the month of May 2022. So in the month of May 2022, Geminis, the planets are moving from the sign of Pisces to the sign of Aries. So there's a transition happening from the 12th sign to the first sign. So the energies are shifting from very watery, immutable sign to a more cardinal fire sign. Now Aries is your 11th house, Gemini, so your 11th house energy is very emphasized during this month of May, throughout the month of May. The planets that are moving in the sign of Aries are Venus, Jupiter, and Mars throughout the month of Aries. And Mars moves the last, right towards the end of the month, but the energy is shifting basically this month. So for you Geminis, this month is a lot about your social circle, your career matters, your vocation, your calling in life, your life path, and also reevaluating your life path, where you're heading, your goals and ambitions. Is it in line with your higher self? Is it in line with your spiritual side, spiritual advancement? Is it aligned with growing you in the best way possible? So that's the energy in the month of May for you Geminis. Now the month opens with a Venus in the sign of Pisces sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, right on the 1st of May. So your 10th house and 8th house gets activated, because Pisces is your 10th house, your career house, and Capricorn is your 8th house, which is to do with transformation and your psychological landscape, besides about being shared finance, shared values, intimacy, all that. So your 10th house, which is about your place in the world, your image, your reputation, connecting with the house of transformation, there's a need to reevaluate your life direction, life path during this time, Geminis. So you may have felt this energy towards the end of April as well, where you're reevaluating your journey, where you're reevaluating your life direction, what you're doing, how you're doing, what is important to you, what is of value to you, your own self-awareness regarding your reputation, regarding your career matters. All that is going through a transformation, a shift during the end of April and the first day of May. So this is a great time to understand your overall life, your life path, and the need to transform and release any energies that are stuck and not growing you in the best way possible, Gemini. Now on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries. So from the 10th house of your career, it moves in the 11th house of your social circle, your group activities. So Venus in the sign of Aries in your 11th house of social circle, collaboration, group activity, your professional gains, your hopes and wishes. You'll be very much eager, very enthusiastic to take charge of these energies. So anything that is old, stuck, lackluster, any energies that is not fresh anymore, this is the time to bring that new energy, because Aries is the first sign of the zodiac. So it's all about bringing that fresh energy. Anything that's stale, anything that's not working anymore, it's time to recycle them and bring in new energies, most definitely. And where your 11th house is concerned, this is your collaboration, group activity, social circle. All these matters need to go through a review, a reevaluation, and there's a need to charge forward with fresh energy, Geminis. Now in the first week of May itself, Geminis, for you, Jupiter is aligning very positively with Pluto, and Mars is aligning very positively with Uranus. Now Jupiter is in the sign of Pisces still. It moves in the sign of Aries on 10th of May, but in the first week of May it is still in the sign of Pisces and is connecting with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in the last degrees of these signs. So it's about deepening your understanding of your goals and ambition, your life path. What do you want? What do you where do you want to go? What do you want in your life? And positive change can come about through this transformation, through this shift, through understanding and reevaluating where you want to go, where you want to head, what your goals and ambition are, why you have those goals and ambitions. Is it good for you? Is it good for your overall growth? So all these things needs to be evaluated, and any transformation or changes that occur due to this reevaluation will only lead to growth, further growth, and understanding life differently, Gemini. Now on the 4th of May, Mars connects with Uranus in a very positive alignment. So Mars is in the sign of Pisces, which is your career house, and Uranus is in the sign of Taurus, which is your 12th house. So this is the perfect time to bring these changes, uplifting, progressive changes in your life direction, in your life path, evaluating them, what you're doing, where you're heading. So it's really a great alignment. Mars and Uranus, which is about taking action, and Uranus is about progress, sudden progress, sudden change in your 12th house, which is about your subconscious motivation. Where do you find inner fulfillment, how to move forward by releasing old stuck patterns. And Mars in your 10th house of career is going to be a lot about your career matters, your public image, your reputation, Geminis. Now the second week of May, Mercury will go retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your first house. And just before it goes retrograde, just a few days before it retrogrades, it aligns beautifully with Venus in the sign of Aries. So Gemini and Aries, which is air and fire energy, so planets in there are very harmonious. So your 11th house and first house is getting activated in the second week of May. So this is a very social time for you. It's a very enjoyable time for you. So you're connecting with people for group projects maybe, or collaboration, or professional gains, and you're projecting yourself in the best possible manner because with Mercury in your sign, in your first house, you're very communicative, you're projecting yourself, your skills and capabilities, all that is really coming to the fourth and is leading to professional gains moving forward. Now Mercury does go retrograde. Now Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th of May in the sign of Gemini in the first house. So when it goes retrograde, you need to watch out for communication and connection disruptions, technological disruption and mishaps. So it's a time to also communicate a little bit more carefully in terms of, even if it's a verbal communication or written communication or emails, whatever that might be, it's a good idea to double check, because there's a tendency for disruption in these matters. And also how you're communicating, how you're speaking to other people, be more considerate and listen to other people as well, consider their perspective as well as you share your own thoughts and ideas with them. Now on the very same day when Mercury goes retrograde on the 10th May, Jupiter enters the sign of Aries, which is your 11th house. So Jupiter is moving from the sign of Pisces, from your 10th house to your house of social circle, 11th. So there's a lot of energy brought to how you so your social circle gets a boost. So your social circle gets a boost, Gemini, when Jupiter enters your social house. So this is a time when you are really putting yourself out there to connect with people, to gain, if career-wise, professionally, to make your hopes and wishes, to achieve your goals and ambitions where your career matter is concerned. If you're joining an organization or club or a group project or a teamwork, anything, this is a great time to connect with these, because Jupiter in your 11th house will bring abundance, because Jupiter in 11th house will bring prosperity and opportunities where your social circle, your 11th house matter is concerned. And Jupiter will be in the sign of Aries until the end of October. So this is a really good time to really engage with your social circle and really be open to new encounters and taking on these opportunities that comes your way during this time, Geminis. Now Geminis, on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse in your 6th house in the sign of Scorpio, Now, sixth house is to do with your work and health matters. And a lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon. So it's about culmination. So you will reach some sort of completion, gratification, or fulfillment in your sixth house matter, which is about work and health and your daily life as well. Your structures, your routines, habits, just what you do on a daily basis. So Geminis, for you, this sixth house matter is going through a transformation, a shift throughout this year. But during this month, in the month of May, on the 16th of May, when a lunar eclipse occurs, it may lead to some kind of ending, culmination in your sixth house matter. Now full moon is about clarity, better understanding where you need to go, and also completing something which was started 6 months ago. But with a lunar eclipse, it leads to some kind of ending, so that there can be a new beginning, and it can be emotional as well. And this can be something related to work or health situation, where you have to leave the old ways and move on to the next energy. So you will get clarity regarding where you are, what adjustments you need to make in terms of sixth house matter to be able to move forward. Maybe you need to change the way you do things, your structure, how you approach your work, how you approach your day, just your routine and habits as well. And all those things are going through a massive change, a shift, and hence you can bring new energies, new beginning in terms of your work and health matter, your own healing, your own well-being. Now, Geminis, on the 18th of May, Mars will conjunct Neptune in your 10th house in the sign of Pisces. Now, when Mars comes together with Neptune in your 10th house, there is a deep need to do something more fulfilling, more meaningful, something that is more connected to what you desire, from within, what your heart desires, because Mars is about ambition and drive, and Neptune is more spiritual energy. So you will be driven to do something that brings more fulfillment, more spiritual advancement, growth from within, something that is internally gratifying more than seeking external gratification only. So Geminis, definitely this is the time to really dedicate your heart and soul into something more meaningful. Now, the 19th of May, Geminis, the retrograde Mercury, which is moving in a retrograde motion in the sign of Gemini, sextiles Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your first house and your 11th house is very well aligned during this time in the middle of the month. So your first house and 11th house energies really connects very well during this time. So this aspect of Mercury and Jupiter aligning together gives the opportunity to gain better understanding of your mindset, your outlook, your perception, how you see things, how you approach things. And this is to do with yourself, your self-image, and your social image, your social circle. So this is a great time to get a better understanding of what you're hoping to gain in a social setting, Geminis. Now, on the 22nd of May, Mercury will move in the sign of Taurus. It's still in a retrograde motion, but it moves from the sign of Gemini. It's moving backwards in the sign of Gemini, and it reaches a point where it crosses over to the sign of Taurus. Now, Taurus is your 12th house, Gemini. So when Mercury reaches your 12th house, your thinking, communicating, just the way you communicate, your perception, learning, all those things may slow down, and you may focus a little bit more on consistency and doing things that you have done, tried and tested before. Now, Taurus energy is about doing things that is already tried and tested, but in the 12th house, you may get a kind of a deeper understanding of what you're doing, why you're doing, your deeper understanding of your thoughts, your just understand your perception better, your mindset better, just for yourself as well. And it's a good time to also reevaluate what you are trying to achieve, whether it's on a tangible basis or intangible basis, because Taurus is this tangible energy, but 12th house is to do more with spiritual advancement. So you get a better understanding of your own mindset, your perception, how you perceive things, how you see your life, how you connect with people, you communicate with people, all that. You get a deeper understanding, and you understand your inner motivation as well going forward, Geminis. Now, in the third week of May, Geminis, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces, will positively align with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn and Mercury in the sign of Taurus. So your 8th house, your 10th house, and your 12th house is going to get activated in the 3rd week. So 8th house is your, your financial, your shared finances. 10th house is to do with your career, and 12th house is your subconscious self. So all these things, so all these energies are aligning together. So you may get a better understanding or a major shift in terms of where you're heading in life, your life direction. And you may be really reevaluating your life direction and bringing in this deeper understanding of what you want in life moving forward, Geminis. Now Geminis, on the 24th of May, Mars will enter in the sign of Aries. From the sign of Pisces in your 10th house, it moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 11th house. Now 11th house is to do with professional gains. It's your hopes and wishes. It's your social circle, your group projects, group activities. So Mars in the sign of Aries is in its own sign. It's in the home ground, so it's very effective here. And in your 11th house, which is to do with social activities, connecting with people, humanitarian activities, your hopes and wishes. So Mars in the 11th house is actually very fruitful. So this is a time you can really use this Mars energy in your 11th house to connect with people, to sign up those group projects, the new group projects, collective projects, teamwork, collaborations and all that. Whatever you want to sign up to, this is a great time to do that, because Mars will bring that energy, enthusiasm, drive, ambition to take on these new opportunities, your group opportunities, group projects, collaborations and all that. And Mars is this courageous, forward moving, competitive, a spontaneous energy, and in Aries it's very much at home. So Mars can express itself to its fullest in your 11th house. So this is really the time, if there's any activity that needs physical energy in terms of moving things forward, where your 11th house is concerned, this is the time to make those things happen, Gemini. So put yourself out there, be open-minded, and connect with new people. With Gemini, which is pretty easy for you anyways, because you like connecting and communicating. You are a sign of connecting and communicating anyways. So this is a great time to be confident, more forward looking, reaching out, connecting with people, keeping your mind open, even new encounters, new projects, new organization, whatever that might be, whichever group activity you want to associate with Gemini. This is a great time to reach out, connect, take that initiative, be courageous, be confident to reach out as well. So Mars in the sign of Aries is really positive energy, and you've already got Jupiter in the sign of Aries already there. So together it really brings out the best of the 11th house energy, because you're courageous, enthusiastic, driven, and you want progress, expansion, prosperity, opportunities in your 11th house matter. So definitely a fantastic time to move your 11th house matter forward. Now Geminis, in the last week of May, there is a positive configuration between planets. Now on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries will sextile Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So your 11th house and 9th house planets are very well aligned during the the 4th week of May. So your 11th house is your social activities, and 9th house is your need to explore and learn and expand your horizon. So with this Venus and Saturn coming together, you're definitely seeking social opportunities where you feel more loved, valued, you need reassurance, and you are seeking new opportunities to get a sense of belonging. So you are definitely associating with people who value you more, and you want these new opportunities where you feel more valued, Geminis. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 12th house and 8th house, 12th house is about your subconscious motivation, and 8th house is the house of transformation. So with Mercury and Pluto coming together with the 12th and 8th house axis, your mental activity is very powerful. You're very persuasive in your speech as well, and hence you can bring about a transformation in terms of your money matters, maybe the group activities, or you want to come together in terms of for mutually benefiting kind of financial situation. You want to collaborate, you want to form business partnership for the purpose of professional gains, you're to achieve your goals and ambition. And this is a great time. You will be very persuasive as well in the last week of May to get these things rolling. If you want to come together to gain financially or career wise or in a collaboration, the last week of May, you'll definitely have these positive energies to help you achieve your goals and ambition in that matter. Now Geminis, on the 28th of May, Venus moves in the sign of Taurus from the sign of Aries, which it was until 28th of May. So in the sign of Taurus, which is your 12th house, what you're seeking during this time is you want to feel valued, but it's a little bit has more deeper meaning. You're seeking this contentment and security in the material aspect, tangible matters, definitely, but also spiritually as well. You want to connect with your inner motivation, what brings you inner fulfillment. So that is balanced with the Taurus, which is about tangible material gains. So in the 12th house, it becomes about both the matters. Now Venus in Taurus will soon align with Uranus at North Node in the month of June, but in the last week of May, it's all about finding that inner contentment, security, safety, value in more deeper things, tangible things as well as intangible things, inner fulfillment and inner contentment, Geminis. Now the 30th of May, Geminis, there's a new moon in your sign. So new moon is a time of new beginning, new cycle. And in your first house, it's about yourself. It's about your self-image, your mindset, your outlook. This is the opportunities to really put your personal goals and ambitions, whatever regarding yourself, in motion going forward, or set the intention, sow the seeds, and moving forward you can reap the rewards in the next 6 months time. So this is a great time to really focus on your personal goals, your personal priority, your self-image, your own mindset and outlook as well. What do you want from life, your personal priorities, your self-confidence as well, your self-image, all that, and your skills and capabilities as well. So all these things can get a fresh start, a new beginning right at the end of the month of May, Gemini. So Gemini's overall, the month of May 2022 is a lot about your own hopes and wishes, your professional gains, where your interest lies, what do you want to do, your visibility, reputation, how you want to see things, people you want to come together with, the avenues you want to explore, the territories you want to explore, and keeping your mind open as well, and communicating and connecting with people more on a deeper level, and also understanding where your true fulfillment in contentment, security lies. Where do you feel valued internally, where your inner fulfillment and contentment lies. Cancer. In the month of May 2022, the planetary energies are transitioning from the Pisces energy to the Aries energy, because we will have Venus, Mars, Jupiter, all three planets transitioning from the Pisces sign to the Aries sign. Now Pisces is your 9th house, Cancer, and Aries is your 10th house. So your energy will be shifting towards your career. The focus will be shifting for you a lot on your career matters. So the month of May for you, Cancer, is a lot about your career matter, your social circle, collaboration. You need to travel and learn as well, and your relationship matters, and also your own health and well-being. So the month of May begins with Venus in a very harmonious aspect with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now Venus is in the sign of Pisces on the 1st of May, and then it moves in the sign of Aries on the 2nd of May. So 1st of May, the energy is still with your 9th house energy and your 7th house energy, which is your mindset, your belief system, and your relationship. So your perspective and your social interaction, people you interact with. So during this time you are going through a profound transformation, a more spiritual, deeper transformation, where your relationship matter is concerned, and your own perspective, your own belief system, how you see things is concerned, and you are definitely looking at larger perspective as well. You're willing to look at other people's viewpoint. You are definitely incorporating those ideas as well in your belief system, in the way you function, especially coming from the month of April. Now on the 2nd of May, Cancer, Venus moves in the sign of Aries, and which is your 10th house. Now 10th house is the house of career, your vocation, your professional matters, business matters, so your job matters, whatever you do. So this is it. So it's your public reputation, your public image. It's about how other people perceive you. So when Venus moves in the sign of Aries in your first house, this is a great time to, bring in fresh energy regarding your career matters in terms of how you're projecting yourself, because Venus is about love, money, relationship. It's also to do with your value system. So with Venus in your 10th house, you will definitely come across much more appealing, magnetic. So if you want to bring in any changes in your life, and in terms of your career matters, or the way you want to project yourself, or the way world perceives you, and you'll definitely have this opportunity for like almost a brand new start where your career matters are concerned on the 2nd of May. So you'll have this positive energy of Venus for the entire month of May in your career matter. So any social relationships, social interactions during this time, you're very much eager to have these social interaction, and especially career related matters. So you are willing to collaborate, come together, or meet people, connect with people, create, build relationship, which helps you grow in your career, climb up the career ladder. So this Venus energy in your 10th house is a time to really, eliminate any kind of lackluster energy in your career matter and bring in fresh new energy in where your 10th house matter, your career matters are concerned. Now, in the first week of May, Cancer, there's a lot of harmonious alignment between planets, the planetary energy. Jupiter, Pluto, Mars, Uranus, Mercury, Venus, all of them are making positive, harmonious aspects with each other. So the first week of May is quite a good time for you, Cancer, to make some forward movement in terms of your career matter, in terms of, taking on new opportunities, or understanding your life path, or evaluating your life direction, and also, mingling and connecting with people and creating these harmonious relationship or improving relationship in the first week. Because on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces, which is your 9th house, will be sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 7th house. So Jupiter and Pluto together can bring positive change, unexpected changes as well, where your 9th house, which is new opportunities or unexploring, and your relationship matters, connecting, socializing, all that is good. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces, which is in the 9th house, is going to sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus, which is in your 11th house. So 9th house, 11th house is again about exploring new opportunities, new territories, new encounters, new people, connecting, socializing. So all that energy in the first week is really good. Now on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is your 12th house, Cancer, will be sextiling Venus in the sign of Aries, which is your 10th house. So when 12th house and 10th house energies come together in a harmonious aspect, you are re-evaluating your life path, your life direction, and you're understanding your actual motivation, your inner motivation. Why do you want something, and where you're heading, basically. So you are reanalyzing your goals and ambition, your career matters. Now on the 10th of May, Mercury will go retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your 12th house. Now 12th house is to do with your subconscious self, your inner motivation. So when Mercury goes in your 12th house, it makes you more intuitive, more perceptive. You can see what's beneath the surface. You can understand people's motivation underneath the surface, and you can also understand your own motivation, your own subconscious self, what you're trying to intuitively connect with these energies. Now it is in a retrograde motion, so it may lead to kind of a self-doubt or lack of confidence, basically. So you may be introspecting more during this time, or you may just be lacking confidence in yourself, or just doubting yourself during this time. So just be mindful of this energy, and if it leads to any kind of anxiety or stress during this time, just take a break, and just, recharge your batteries, get away, maybe do some meditation and yoga to calm your nerves. And, once it does go direct later on in the month, then you will be a little bit more in tune with your intuition and where you're heading and all that. So just stay confident and take a break if you need to, Cancer. Now on the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter is going to move in the sign of Aries, which is your 10th house of career, and this is fantastic, very beneficial time for your career matters, very progressive, expansive, hopeful time for you. So any kind of career matters, you may be very keen to take those things forward, especially when Jupiter moves in the sign of Aries. And Jupiter will be in the sign of Aries until October. It will go retrograde from July onwards, but it is still there in your 10th house. So when Jupiter is in your 10th house, this is time for prosperity and opportunity regarding your career matters. So you may come across these kind of energies in your life. So it's a good time to utilize these energies. And when it does go retrograde later on in the year, then you may be reevaluating your decisions that you have taken, in the month of May, June, and until whenever it goes retrograde, which is towards the end of July. So it's a great time to really move forward your career matters, or or connect with your life direction, whatever you want to do. Jupiter is a spiritual energy in Aries, which is about taking action. You may be moving your career matters forward. Just make sure it's connected to your, your inner self, what you truly want, what's truly fulfilling for you. Cancer. Now Cancer, on the 16th of May, there will be a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 5th house. Now lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon. So it's a time of culmination, release, ending, or fulfillment, gratification. So something that started 6 months ago or during that 6 months period may reach a culmination or release. Now 5th house is to do with your solo projects, creative projects. It's a house of romance, children, creativity, your talents, your personal interest, and just a house of recreational activities. So you will go through major shifts in your 5th house matter. Now in the year 2022 Cancer, there is a lot of shakeups on your 5th and 11th house axis anyways, because that's where the Taurus and Scorpio axis is, and the eclipses are occurring on the Taurus and Scorpio axis. So this is the time for you to really connect with your own inner self, self-expression, what is close to your heart, what you find gratification in, and connect with these energies more than worry about what other people have to say. And especially during this lunar eclipse, any energies regarding yourself that is not connected to your heart center needs to be released. And it's also a great time to really connect with your creative side, your talents, your hobbies, new hobbies, or just bring new energies in it of what is close to your heart. It is also the house of romance and love affairs. So you may be starting or ending a love affair, romance, or getting married, or starting a family as well, because the 5th house is a house of children. So all these energies are there in this year, and especially in the month of May, you'll get some kind of clarification regarding these energies. Now Cancer, on the 18th of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces, will connect with Neptune in the sign of Pisces. So Mars will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 9th house. So when Mars comes together with Neptune, which is a very spiritual energy, very compassionate energy, what you want to achieve, whatever you are putting action is, you want to connect it more on a soulful and heart level. So you are doing something which has meaning, which is more fulfilling for you from within. So 9th house is to do with traveling, learning, exploring, exploring new territories, meeting new people. So you may be very keen to have spiritual experiences during this time, especially where traveling or learning is concerned. Maybe you will travel to some spiritual places and connect, to people or places, or to yourself, more on a spiritual level. Now on the 19th of May, this retrograde Mercury, that is retrograde in the sign of Gemini, will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 10th house. Now the 12th house and 10th house, when it connects, you get better understanding of your life direction, your career matters. So you're reevaluating your situation already with the Mercury in your 12th house and with the Jupiter in Aries in your 10th house connecting. You're re-evaluating your career matters. You are getting a better understanding, more awareness regarding your career matters. Now the 22nd of May, Cancer, the retrograde Mercury enters the sign of Taurus. Now Taurus is your 11th house of social circle, collaboration, your professional gains, hopes and wishes. So when Mercury moves in the sign of Taurus in your 11th house, you are a little bit more focused, more determined regarding some outcome regarding your 11th house matter. Now Mercury is your mind, your thinking, your communication. So you are communicating, thinking, connecting with people more on social level in terms of having professional gains, professional advancement, so you're connecting with people in terms of group projects, teamwork, and all that, and you're very keen on outcome that is more tangible and more practical during this time. Now Cancer, in the 3rd week of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces in your 9th house, will connect with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 7th house and Mercury in the sign of Taurus in your 11th house in a very harmonious aspect. So your 9th house, 7th house and 11th house matter, all these matters are very harmoniously connected in the 3rd week of May. So your relationship, your social connection, your collaboration, your committed connections, your committed relationship, your new encounters, new experience, all these are very much together connected very beautifully. So you are very keen and very inclined to have these experiences. You want to go out and you want to have these experiences. You want to collaborate and you want to bring these positive energy where your hopes and wishes are concerned, where your exploring needs are concerned, where you're opening and connecting with new people, new energies, new even people who you have never connected before, from different cultures. So you're definitely very much interested in having these interactions during the 3rd week of May. Now on the 24th of May, Mars will enter Aries, which is its own sign, and in your 10th house. So this is perfect time to push anything forward that needs action, that needs energy, that needs enthusiasm. So any career matter that needs physical activity, this is a great time to push it forward. So this is a great time to be more spontaneous, more forward looking, more courageous, more confident, more ambitious, competitive, all that in your career matters, because Mars in Aries is all about charging forward. It's all about taking initiative. It's all about charging forward. It's all about taking initiative. It's all about being the leader, taking the responsibility, making the things happen. So in your career matter, this is what you will be doing, moving onwards from 24th May while Mars is in the sign of Aries. So it's a brilliant time to move forward. Now, if you don't get outcomes straight away, there is also a tendency to be impulsive and impatient with this Mars energy, but just keep pushing forward, keep trying out. If you put in the effort and you have manifested whatever you want to achieve, you will reach to your end goal in Cancer. Now Cancer, in the 4th week of the month of May, there is some positive configuration between the planets and some challenging ones. So on the 24th of May, there is Venus in the sign of Aries sextiling Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So your 10th house and 8th house matter is very harmonious during this time. So your career matters, your professional matters, connecting very well with your 8th house, which is about money matters, is about social finance and shared finance, joint finances. So 10th house is to do with your career and also business. So if you're connecting the 8th and 10th house energy, it could be something to do with business partnership, gaining through business partnership, or gaining financially through your advancement, the career advance. Maybe you have got a promotion, or it could be something to do with coming together and working together, forming a partnership or something. So there's a positive energy regarding these matters, and you will be very keen to form these partnership as well, because Venus is about companionship and Saturn is career related. So coming together, there could be an energy of collaboration or cooperation, or just coming together, to make money together, in a business setup. Now, on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus, which is your 11th house, will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 7th house. So 11th house and 7th house is to do with social interaction. 11th house is more to do with, larger group kind of connection, and 7th house is more one-to-one interaction. So when 11th and 7th house matters connect, this is a great time to ask for favors or connect with people on a deeper level. You will be very persuasive as well during this time. Your communication and all that will be very impressive, and you will be able to make an impact on people you're interacting and connecting with during this time. Now, the 27th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries will square Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 10th house and 7th house energy. So Cancer, just watch out for any kind of power or control issues where your relationship and career matters are concerned. So this Venus connecting with Pluto in a challenging aspect will have can have a profound effect on your relationship matters, and there can be power issues, control issues, jealousy, possessiveness as well, where your relationship is concerned, or connecting with your career matter, your public image, how you're coming across to the outer world. So just watch out for these kind of behavior and tendencies, because the reason for these could be more to do with your own fear and insecurity. So just watch out for these energies, Cancer. Now on the 28th of May, Venus moves out of the sign of Aries and in the sign of Taurus in your 11th house. So Venus in the sign of Taurus is in its own sign, so because Taurus is ruled by Venus. Now when Venus enters the sign of Taurus in your 11th house, there may be a need to seek security and stability in your group projects, in the way you connect with the in your collective causes, organization, peers, acquaintances, associates, whomever you're working in on a collective group or collaborating together. You may seek more stability and security in terms of moving forward with that energy, in terms of having something tangible in terms of the group project that you're involved in, Cancer. Now on the 29th of May, Mars, that has moved in the sign of Aries, will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries, which is your 10th house. Now this is absolutely brilliant time to move anything forward, whatever you want to achieve, because Mars and Jupiter, when it comes together, it can really get rid of any obstacles, because there's so much energy, enthusiasm, blessed energy. You're very energetic, you are willing to take initiative, you're courageous, confident. So all these energies in your career matter is brilliant time to move things forward, Cancer, and you will be very focused on your career matters in the month of May, like entire month of May. Most definitely, it's definitely at the front of your mind, whatever you're doing, your career matters, to move up the career ladder, the life direction, whatever it is. So this Mars conjunct Jupiter, towards the end of May, is brilliant energy to really push forward. Now Cancer, on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 12th house. Now when there is a new moon, it means a new cycle is beginning. The old cycle has ended and a new cycle is beginning, and Gemini is a sign of communication and connection. So a new cycle in communication and connection is beginning for all of us. Now it is in the 12th house for you. Now Cancer, when a new moon occurs in your 12th house, this is the time to let go of any old way of thinking, old ideas, old perception, your mindset, outlook, because it's in the sign of Gemini. So it's to do with your perception, your communication, your connection. So anything that is holding you back or is not helping you grow, you need to release that, because it's only going to hold you back from your growth. So this is a time for spiritual growth. Connect with your spiritual side with this new moon energy. Bring new energy regarding your goals and ambitions, whatever you have moving forward. But this is the time to let go of anything that's restricting you, especially your mindset and your own thinking, Cancer. So overall, Cancer, in the month of May, it's going to be a lot about your career matters, your perception, how you see things. You need to reevaluate your life direction, connect with people, even new people, new encounters, new connections, and people or situations or relationship or any situation that's holding you back, or your own mindset as well. If it's holding you back, it's time to release them, so that you pave the way for career advancement, spiritual advancement, just overall your well-being, your healing, spiritual healing, spiritual advancement can take place once you're ready to release the stuck energies and are ready to move forward on your new life path, Cancer. Leos, in the month of May 2022, there is the planetary energies are transitioning from the Pisces sign to the Aries sign. So the energy, the overall energy of the month is a transitioning one from more of a watery, mutable energy of Pisces to more cardinal, fiery energy of Aries. So that's the main energy of the month of May. Now for you, Leos, there's going to be a focus or main focus on your money matters, shared finances, social finances, shared values, also your traveling and learning needs, your need to explore and expand, and take up new opportunities. Your career matters as well, and also your work and health matters. All these energies are very much at the forefront for you in the month of May. Now Leos, the month opens with a Venus and Pluto energy coming together in a very harmonious aspect. So Venus is in the sign of Pisces on the 1st of May, still in the sign of Pisces, because on the 2nd of May it moves in the sign of Aries. But on the 1st of May, Leos, for you, Venus is still in the sign of Pisces, and Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn in your 6th house, which is to do with your work and health matters. And 8th house is to do with your shared finances, your shared value system, intimacy, transformation, your psychological landscape and all that. So when Venus and Pluto connects together, the matters related to both the houses, is more profound. It goes through an evolution. It's a spiritual growth kind of energy, because Venus is to do with your social matters. So your social setting in your work environment or just daily life, connecting with 8th house, which is about shared finances and resources. So you may be connecting with people, maybe in a business partnership, or coming together to improve your finances, and that can be your job, your work, the work you do on a daily basis, the service you provide. So that can really have a profound effect on you regarding your your own value system, how you see things, how you see your daily life, structures of the day. So Leos, you're going through a deeper transformation during this time, and anything that is superficial is not working for you anymore. So you want a little bit more a deeper connection with what you're doing, and your value system and how you're connecting with people. So that's the 1st of May. Now on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 9th house. Now Venus in the sign of Aries, Aries is the first sign of the zodiac, so it's a very cardinal taking initiative kind of energy. Now Venus is to do with your relationship, money matters, your own self-awareness, your value system. So when it goes in the 9th house, which is to do with spirituality, expansion, your belief system, and learning, traveling needs, exploring, interacting with new people, new territories and new opportunities. Venus here is going to bring new energy in terms of your anything if it's old or lackluster and it's not fitting in your scheme of things. So with Venus in the sign of Aries in your 9th house of adventure and exploration and travel and meeting new people, you are very keen to experience these things. You are very much attracted to people from different culture. You want to experience, you want to connect with them, you want to socialize with them, learn from them, so you are definitely very eager to connect or travel. You definitely want to travel somewhere, or move to a foreign land during this time. So that is definitely very much appealing to you, Leos. During this time, you're also very much growing as an individual. So if there are a kind of relationship that is clingy and is holding you back, you want to move away from that. You probably want some kind of freedom, because Aries is the energy of taking action, even impulsive action, and moving forward. So you maybe, if there are relationship in your life that is restricting you, Leos, you probably want to move away from that energy, go explore, have an adventure, meet new people, and just expand your horizon, your mindset and all that. So anything restrictive in terms of Venus energy, that is your relationship matters, will if it's clingy, it won't work for you right during this time. You definitely want an adventure going forward for the month of May, at least, because Venus is in the sign of Aries in your 9th house for the month of May. Now in the first week of May, on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces, it's still in the sign of Pisces, it sextiles Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now Pisces is your 8th house and Pluto is in your Capricorn sign, which is your 6th house. So when Jupiter and Pluto comes together, it's a very powerful energy and it's a very harmonious aspect as well. So you can achieve success through sudden positive change during this time. Maybe some kind of positive news regarding your finances or your work matter, helps you grow during this time or achieve success during this time, Leos. Now on the 4th of May, Leos, Mars will be in the sign of Pisces in your 8th house again, and will be sextiling Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 10th house. So your 8th house and 10th house, which is again to do with your finances, shared finances, collaborative, the money you make in a collaboration, or when you come together like in a partnership, and your career matters. So again, with Mars and Uranus energy, you are very driven for these sudden unexpected changes, and it will come to you as well, because Mars and Uranus energy coming together is quite a fun and exciting energy. It's a sudden energy. It wants to break free, it wants to have an adventure, it wants to be free spirited and connecting with your career matters and your shared value, or just the way you value through other people's perspective, is going to really flourish during this time. You are very much keen to have these adventure and new experiences in your career matters. You're trying out new things, you want to do different things, and you're very adventurous as well, and taking a risk as well during regarding your career matters as well. So you're very much determined to succeed, and you are really putting in the effort as well to get wherever you want to get financially and career overall life direction wise. Now on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries. So that's your 11th house and 9th house energy. Now 11th house and 9th house energy is all about exploration, new encounters, new territories, new opportunities, group opportunities, coming together in a group to have an adventure, to explore. So with Mercury and Venus coming together, it's a fun loving time, it's a relaxed time, it's a great time to really unwind and relax and have a good time with friends or whoever acquaintances you have, or just be open to new encounters as well during this time. So definitely it's a great time to relax, have fun with friends or your social group. Now Leos, on the 10th of May, Mercury is going to go retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your 11th house. Now Leos, when Mercury is in the sign of Gemini in your 11th house, you're using your intellectual prowess, your intellect, your mind, you're using your original authentic ideas to achieve your goals, whatever goals you have, your professional gains, your hopes and wishes, whatever you have, or in the group project, whatever you are projecting, whatever you are trying to achieve, it is achieved through your own intellectual mind, your own original ideas, your own authenticity. So whatever goals you are trying to achieve is achieved through applying your own mind. Now Mercury is in a retrograde motion, so you may be in a state of introspection and analyzing what you want to achieve, what your goals are, what the projects you want to do, what work you want to do, what are your hopes and wishes. So you may be introspecting and analyzing a bit more during the month of May. Regarding your career matters, your social matters, group matters, collaborative, all those things, you may be introspecting, contemplating and thinking over it, where you want to go regarding your goals and ambitions. Now on the same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Aries, which is your 9th house. Now when Jupiter enters the sign of Aries in your 9th house, you are keen to travel. You probably would definitely want to go and travel or learn or start a new education program, because 9th house is to do with your degree program, higher education. So you may be very much keen to do that. Now Jupiter energy is a very spiritual energy. It's to do with education, it's to do with learning, knowledge, your thoughts, your ideas. It's to do with that a lot as well. So with Jupiter in Aries in your 9th house, which is Jupiter is at home in 9th house because it's a natural Sagittarius house and Jupiter rules Sagittarius, so it's in a very good place. Jupiter in your 9th house, it's a fantastic time to really make things happen, your life purpose, your new opportunities, whatever you want to, whatever you're seeking during this time, Leos, it's a great time to go for it. It's a very lucky time for you, Leos, especially in the 9th house, because 9th house is the house of luck and fate as well. So you will definitely have opportunities of prosperity and abundance coming your way while Jupiter is in the sign of Aries. Now Leos, there is a lunar eclipse occurring in the sign of Scorpio in your 4th house. Now the lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon. Full moon is all about culmination, release, endings. It's about reaching a gratification, fulfillment, especially something that was started 6 months ago. So or within that 6 months period, something that you started, you will reach a culmination, you will reach an outcome during this lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio in your 4th house. And 4th house is to do with your roots, wherever you lay your roots, your foundation, your emotional, physical foundation. So something related to your home and family environment is definitely coming to fruition during this time. You could be moving places, you could be relocating, you could be moving to another house, buying house, purchasing house, something, whatever you're trying to do, it will come to fruition. You will have more understanding, better clarity of where you're heading moving forward, because the 2022 eclipse season is on your 10th and 4th house axis, which is to do with your career and home matters. So it's a work and life balance kind of energy during this time as well. So you're definitely understanding how to balance your your outward projection and your inner contentment. Now Leos, on the 18th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 8th house. So Mars and Neptune together in the sign of Pisces in your 8th house. Now Neptune is an energy which is about soul connection, and when Mars comes together with this Neptune energy in your 8th house, you have the strong need to connect with your spiritual side during this time, especially in terms of your value system, your financial value system, because 8th house is to do with money matters. It's also a house of transformation, and it's a house of regeneration. So with Mars in the sign of Neptune, so with Mars with Neptune in your 8th house, you're going through a transformation in your money matters as well, in your financial matters and your value system as well. Just overall regeneration. This is how you're really releasing any kind of old energy, especially financial energies that was stuck, not helpful, not growing you. You're very strongly focused during this time with this conjunction to move forward, and move forward with more kind of a spiritual mind, and higher, connecting with higher mind. You're connecting with your soul, connecting with your heart center. So you focus on your spiritual values as well as material values with this conjunction. Now the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your 11th house and 9th house energies coming together in a very harmonious aspect. Now when Mercury and Jupiter connects in your 11th house and 9th house, you get better understanding regarding how to move forward, or just more awareness regarding where you're heading, wherever you want to go. Because with 11th house and 9th house, it's about adventures, about meeting new people, new encounters, new collaborations, new experiences. So with Mercury Jupiter coming together, it's about getting better understanding, more awareness of your life path, life direction, or wherever you're heading. Now on the 22nd of May, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Taurus. Now Mercury is in a retrograde motion, and it enters from the sign of Gemini into the sign of Taurus on 22nd May. Now Taurus is your 10th house, Leo. So when Mercury enters your career house, you have the ability to communicate your ideas to others, and you will be recognized for it as well. It will add to your reputation, your public image, your career growth and all that. So whatever you have in mind, whatever ideas you want to communicate, whatever information you want to share, your skills and capabilities, all that is on display, and people are noticing it and recognizing it as well, especially if it's in terms of authority figure or people, decision makers. If you are in a job or career matters, they will see that you communicate very effectively, your ideas are great, and that helps in career growth, Leos. So with Mercury in your 10th house, it's a great energy if you have careers in where there's speaking involved or writing or teaching involved. So it's a great energy for these fields. Now in the 3rd week of May, Leos, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces in your 8th house, forms very harmonious aspects with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 6th house, and Mercury in the sign of Taurus, which is your career house, 10th house. So your 8th house of shared finances or other people's money, and your 6th house, which is your work house, and 10th house, which is your career house, all are connecting very harmoniously, which would mean growth in career, which would mean more opportunities, which would mean a better work environment, better job conditions, work colleague. It will mean financial growth. If you have business, then you're prospering in your business as well, and you're very keen to take these actions, because with Mars you have this tremendous energy to go after your goals, whether it's your career related or just your daily life structures of the day, your daily routine. You are very keen to make movements, move forward, take initiative. You have the energy as well to move these things forward during the 3rd week of May. Now the 24th of May, Leos, Mars will move in the sign of Aries in your 9th house. Now Mars in the sign of Aries is at home, because Aries is ruled by Mars, so it's very much completely happy in its own sign, and in the 9th house, which is a fiery house as well, because it's naturally ruled by Sagittarius. So Mars is in a good place in the sign of Aries in your 9th house. Now 9th house is about adventure, traveling, exploring, meeting new people, grabbing on new opportunities. So Mars here will give you that extra energy, extra boost, that spontaneity, that courage, confidence to take on these new opportunities, to travel, to have an adventure, to meet new people. Whatever you want to do, you will be very courageous and confident and very actively involved to pursue these matters. So the 9th house is also a spiritual house, so you may be connecting with people on a spiritual level, or you may be traveling more for like a spiritual advancement, spiritual growth. So Mars in 9th house, Leos, is a very good position for you. It's all about adventure, exploring new ideas, new opportunities, life purpose, focusing more on that. So definitely that's a very good strong energy for you. Now in the last week of the month of May, Leos, for you there is a lot of planetary energy, the positive planetary energies, where your career matters and your work matters are concerned, and also your social connections, how you connect with people. So it's quite harmoniously aligned during the 4th week of May. So on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries, which is your 9th house, will sextile Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, which is your 7th house. Now Leos, when Venus and Saturn connects together, you're very serious about relationship, you're very serious about social interaction, you're very serious about money matters, exploration, adventure, traveling and all that as well, because Venus in 9th house makes traveling and adventure very appealing to you, and Saturn in your 7th house is about solidifying your relationship, working on your relationship, being more serious about your social interactions. So with 7th and 9th house coming together, you definitely want to have an adventure and connect with people, socialize with people, even if it's new people, and form long lasting strong relationship going forward. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 10th house and 6th house. Taurus is your 10th house, Capricorn is the 6th house. So again, absolutely brilliant energy to make an impact through your communication, through your ideas, through your whatever you are communicating and connecting with, with your in your career matters and your work matters. Now the 27th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries is going to square Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 9th house and 6th house. So this can give rise to some kind of power or control issues in your relationship, in your social interaction, maybe in your work environment, or just your relationship matters as well, especially if you seem more light-hearted adventurous and want to do your own thing. You may attract manipulative behavior during this time. So just be mindful of this energy in the last week of May. It's quite intense with Venus and Pluto together. Your relationship goes through a profound growth, a profound change during this time. Now on the 28th of May, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus. From the sign of Aries, it goes in the sign of Taurus, which is your 10th house of career. Now Venus is at home in the sign of Taurus because Taurus is ruled by Venus. So Leos, with Venus in your 10th house of public reputation and your career matters, you're coming across as very appealing and very charming where your careers are concerned, the way you're projecting yourself, and also you have this need to be valued and admired as well. Now with this Venus in Taurus energy in your career matters, you definitely want to achieve some tangible outcome as well going forward with all the work that you're putting in, Leos. Now on the 29th of May, Mars, which has moved in the sign of Aries already, conjuncts Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So Mars and Jupiter together are in the sign of Aries in your 9th house. Now whenever Mars and Jupiter comes together, it's great energy to overcome any kind of obstacles because you're very much in a positive mindset, because Jupiter is about expansion, optimism, growth, hopefulness, and Mars is your energy, your action, your ambitions, your drive. So you're very much determined to take action in your 9th house matter. So if you want to travel, you want to have an adventure, you want to learn new things, you want to explore, you want to meet new people, you will definitely be very determined to do that in the last week of May. So this Mars and Jupiter together gives you that confidence and courage and that initiative as well to make things happen. Now on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 11th house. Now new moon is all about new beginnings. So in the sign of Gemini, which is to do with communication and connection, and in your 11th house, which is to do with social circle, collaboration, your professional gains and hopes and wishes, you can really set a new tone to your personal goals and ambition regarding 11th house matters. So this is a great time to set new intentions going forward for the next 6 months regarding your 11th house. So if you're connecting with people in collaboration on your group project, whatever that might be, this is a great time to initiate these energies, Leos. So Leos, overall for you, the month of May 2022 is going to be a lot about your need to explore, expand, take on new opportunities, move forward, have the adventure that you seek. Also your career matters, your work matters is very much in focus during this month, and your career matters is very much in focus along with your work matters. So all these energies are coming together and you're very driven and courageous to take action as well. You're very much ambitious and driven as well, Leos, because with Jupiter in the sign of Aries, which is another fire sign, you, Leo, is a fire sign. So Jupiter, it does bring in this really positive energy. So you are definitely very much in a blessed kind of position to move things forward for yourself, Leos. Virgos, in the month of May 2022, the energies are shifting from Pisces, watery and mutable energy, to Aries, more cardinal and fiery energy. So for you, Virgos, the shift is occurring from your 7th house, which is your relationship house energy, to your 8th house, which is about shared values, shared finances. It's a house of regeneration and transformation. So that's where the focus is going to be for you, Virgos, this month and going forward as well. Now, besides the 7th house and 8th house energy, there is also going to be focus for you a lot on your travel needs, exploration needs, also your relationship, on your career matters, on your creativity, on your learning and exploring needs, and also solo creative projects, your own talents and your own, hobbies as well. So Virgos, the month of May begins with a Venus aligning with Pluto in a very harmonious aspect. So Venus is in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house, and Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn in your 5th house. Now 7th house and 5th house energy together is about relationship and romance. So your relationship is very fulfilling during this time, Virgos. You're also getting very intensely, deeply involved with your, in your intimate relationship, your committed relationship. Now this relationship can be both personal and business. So if it's a committed personal relationship, then it's a great time to, have that fun time, recreational, good time together. And if it's a business matter, then it's all about creativity, your soul expression, your project, showing your talents and all in a business setup. So with Venus and Pluto coming together, your existing relationship partnership is going through a very deep transformation. Now on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries from the sign of Pisces. So Aries is your 8th house. So when Venus moves in your 8th house in the sign of Aries, the intimate relationship becomes more deeper. So any kind of superficiality or casual encounters does not appeal to you anymore. So you want deeper connection in your relationship, Virgos. So just watch out for any kind of fear or jealousy or possessiveness or power play, control issues in your relationship or intimate relationship during this time. But Virgos, Venus in the sign of Aries, which is about taking action, starting something new, taking the initiative. This is a good time also to start something new in terms of your relationship or your intimate matters. If things are not interesting anymore, it is lacking luster, it's a great time to bring that fresh new energy in matters of love, money, and just your whole value system as well. So moving on from the Venus in Aries energy, in the first week of May itself, there is a harmonious aspect between planetary energies. So these positive planetary energy is going to have positive impact in your life in terms of your relationship, your creativity, your solo expression, your need to learn and travel and explore, and your career matters as well. Because on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house is sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now when 7th house and 5th house energies come together in terms of Jupiter and Pluto planetary energies, you can really achieve success through bringing positive change in your mindset, or just the way you're experiencing, or just the way you connect. So 7th house is your social interaction, and 5th house is, your creativity, your solo expression, your talents, your children, romance and love. So this is a great time for a spiritual growth, personal growth, wealth creation, professional advancement, all that. Whether it's a business partnership or personal partnership, whatever that might be, it leads to personal and spiritual growth. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces, which is in your 7th house, your opposite sign, connects with Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 9th house. It's a very harmonious aspect between Mars and Uranus. Now Mars is your drive, your ambition, and Uranus is a sudden change. It's a very progressive kind of energy. So when Mars and Uranus energies comes together, you are very much inspired. You want to take action. You're very excited and very motivated to take action, to move things forward. And in your 7th and 9th house energy, it's to do with your partnership, your social interaction, how you connect with people, and new opportunities coming your way, new experiences coming your way. So you're very eager to take on these experiences in your life during this time, Virgos. Now on the 6th of May, Virgos, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is your 10th house, will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries in your 8th house. So when Mercury, which is about communication and connection, connects with Venus, which is about your self-awareness, your relationship and all that, it's going to be a very fun-loving, exciting time. This is a time you can relax, take a break. And because Venus is in the 8th house, you're very passionate to take action in terms of your career matters, to that new life direction, whatever life direction you're heading or you're on currently. You're very passionate to move up. You want to move up the career ladder. You want growth in your career matters and your financial matters as well. So you're very passionate to take action, and you're very eager to project yourself as well in a very capable, efficient manner. You're showing your skills and capabilities to the authority figure or decision maker, whoever they are, to advance in your career matter. So it's a very harmonious aspect with the Mercury and Venus energy. Now Virgos, on the 10th of May, Mercury is going to go retrograde in the sign of Gemini, and Gemini is your 10th house. So 10th house is your career matters. Now when Mercury is in your 10th house, your speech, your communication style, your skills and capabilities all comes across very appealing, very efficient. So you are very much making a positive impact in your career matters, and all leading to a career growth. Now it is in a retrograde motion, which may be making you reevaluate what you want in your career, what you want, how you want to project yourself, what you're communicating, how you're communicating. All that may be very crucial during this time. So make sure you're reassessing and communicating carefully, and not and double checking any kind of information you're sharing or emails you're sending, so you avoid any kind of careless mistakes, especially if you are doing things which involves writing, communicating, speaking, teaching and all that. Now on the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter will enter the sign of Aries. Now it was in the sign of Pisces until then, but on the 10th of May it moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 8th house. Now Jupiter in the sign of Aries is all about, Jupiter in the sign of Aries is going to bring this luck, prosperity, opportunities for you in terms of your 8th house matter. Now 8th house is to do with your financial matters, your shared finances, social finances, your shared value system and all that. So Jupiter here is bringing that positive energy in your need to transform these matters, or your own transformation, your own need to move on from any stuck energies, old energies. So Jupiter here is going to bring opportunities for growth. You can find new and creative ways of making monies, or financial expansion, financial growth. All that is possible, or even related to social finances. If you want to get a loan that may be successful, any news regarding inheritance or any financial related matters, especially other people's money, you may receive some kind of positive news moving forward. Now Virgos, on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio, and Scorpio is your 3rd house, Virgos, and a lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon, which means it's a time of culmination, release, fulfillment, gratification. So anything that began in the last 6 months reaches its culmination, its fruition during this lunar eclipse, especially related to your 3rd house matter, which is communication and connections. So this lunar eclipse is going to bring major shakeups, major transition, shifts regarding your 3rd house matter. So your mindset, your outlook, if you have got old ways of doing things, thinking, your mindset, which is not helping you grow, Virgos, this is time to release those energies. Also, if you think you need to learn something or relearn something in order to grow, moving forward, this is a great time to understand those energies, because the full moon creates awareness as well regarding what to do next. And so because the full moon creates awareness as well, so that you can make adjustment in order to bring in that growth and advancement in your life. So definitely look at your 3rd house matter, whether it's your learning needs or connecting needs, or networking, communicating, anything related to that, or just your mindset and outlook as well. If you think there needs to be some kind of adjustment made in order to move forward, in order to bring growth in your life, then this is the time to create that awareness, Virgos. Now on the 18th of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house, the opposite sign to you, conjuncts Neptune, which is already in the sign of Pisces. Now Virgos, Neptune energy is to do with connecting with your soul, a spiritual side, and more compassionate, sensitive side. So when Mars comes together with Neptune, Mars is this fiery, action oriented energy. Now when Mars comes together with Neptune in your 7th house of social interaction, you may be led you may be led with a strong need to connect with people on soul level, and this can create boundaries or dissolve boundaries as well, because you're so eager to make these connections. So just watch out and be careful to lead from a little bit more compassionate space, rather than overly aggressive and wanting to make these connections with people. So even on a so even in your relationship, partnership, whether it's personal or business, you may be very much eager to make these connections. So it's good to understand this energy, and if you're seeking these soul connections, so it's a good idea to lead from a more of a compassionate space. Even though you feel a sense of like a mission to achieve these soul connections, it's a good idea to understand and not overstep boundaries where your relationship matters are concerned, Virgos. Now on the 19th of May, Mercury, which is in the sign of Gemini in your 10th house, will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 8th house. So 8th house and 10th house energies are very positively aligned. Now when Mercury and Jupiter aligns positively, what happens is you get better understanding, more awareness regarding your life path, what you're doing, where you're heading, especially in terms of your career matters and your financial matters. So something until now that was just an idea now becomes better understood. You understand it more deeply, more profoundly, and this creates more self-awareness regarding your life direction, life path in terms of your career matters, and just overall vocation and professional matters as well, business matters as well, because 8th house has this energy of a business partnership for the purpose of financial gain. So any financial matters, mutual financial matters, is connecting with your 10th house career matters. So it could have theme of collaboration and cooperating together in terms of finances or career matters. So it's a good alignment, so you'll have some kind of positive energy. Now Virgos, on the 22nd of May, Mercury moves into the sign of Taurus. Now Mercury is moving retrograde. It's in a backward motion in the sign of Gemini, and moving backward, it has reached the sign of Taurus now. So it's in the sign of Taurus on 22nd May, which is your 9th house of traveling, learning, your belief system. It's a house of exploration. It's a house of adventure, new experiences, new territories, new opportunities. So when Mercury enters your 9th house, Virgos, you are very much interested in intellectual pursuits. Now it is in the sign of Taurus, so it's not going to be overly flexible, but it is still interested in doing it, but it is still interested in exploration and trying out new things, even though it is seeking some kind of tangible outcome out of whatever it's doing in its 9th house, in terms of its learning or traveling or exploring or connecting with new energies, new experience, new adventure. It is definitely very much interested in this growth, in this expansion, in the expansion of belief system, perspective, just your spiritual side, your knowledge base, self-knowledge, self-awareness, everything. It's definitely very much interested in doing that. Now it is in a retrograde motion, so this may be a bit internalized during this time while it is in a retrograde motion. So traveling, learning, all these things, adventure, exploring, all these things is definitely on your mind during this time. Now in the 3rd week of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces in your 7th house, forms a positive alignment, positive aspects with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 5th house, and Mercury in the sign of Taurus, which is your 9th house. So Mars in the 7th house, which is the relationship partnership house, connecting with 5th house of creativity and 9th house of exploration. It's a great time to really socialize with people, and it will bring you a lot of delight, gratification, relaxation as well, and it will open up your mind as well to new experiences, new opportunities, new territories. So it's a great time to socialize. Just be mindful not to overstep other people's boundary, or allow other people to overstep your boundaries. So just be mindful of this energy and just lead from a more of compassionate and sensitive space, Virgos. Now on the 24th of May, Mars is going to enter the sign of Aries in your 8th house. Now it was in the sign of Pisces, now it is moving the sign of Aries. So from the 7th house, it's transitioning to the 8th house, which is about your shared finances, shared values, social finances. It's a house of transformation, regeneration. Your intuition may be very powerful during this time, and also it's in the sign of Aries, which is a very fiery sign. So you're very keen to take steps regarding your financial matter as well. Shared finance, especially if it's in a business partnership, or coming together mutually to create wealth, wealth, building resources and wealth together. You're very intuitively connected with this process during this time, Virgos. Now Virgos, on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries will sextile Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So your 8th house and 6th house energies are very well aligned. So now again, it's your financial matter connecting you with your work and your daily, what you do on a daily basis. So this is a time to get a little bit more serious regarding what you want to achieve, the wealth that you want to create, and in your work as well. Maybe you can restructure your day to get more out of your day in terms of what you're putting, the productivity, the work you're putting in. And also just be mindful of your health matters as well, because connecting with 8th house, it can lead to some kind of transformation as well in terms of your health matters. So Venus and Saturn together will definitely make you more committed to whatever you're trying to achieve, your work structures, to discipline yourself, productivity, financial matters, business partnership. You'll definitely be more connected, more committed to move these things forward. Now the 25th of May, Virgos, Mercury in the sign of Taurus in your 9th house will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 5th house. Now when Mercury and Pluto comes together, it's all about intensity in terms of how you communicate, how you speak, how you connect with people. So you're very persuasive during this time, and with this 9th house 5th house energy, which is about exploring new territories, meeting new people, and 5th house is about self-expression, it's about your creativity. So you're very influential during this time. The way you're communicating is very influential, very persuasive, and this is going to help you take on those new opportunities, connect with people, socialize in the way you want, in the way you're comfortable with, Virgos. So it's a good energy to create more awareness regarding what you want, and go for whatever new territories, new experiences that you want to have during this time. Now on the 27th of May, there's a challenging aspect between Venus in the sign of Aries in your 8th house and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 5th house. So 8th house and 5th house energy with Venus and Pluto is challenging during this time. So there could be some kind of power play in terms of your money matters or business matters, business partnership, especially your own creativity, your own project is concerned. So you will go through profound changes, shifts, transformation where your relationship is concerned, even if it's a business partnership, you're going to go through profound changes. And also 5th house is to do with love affairs, romance. So make sure you're not leading from a possessive or insecure kind of space when you are approaching connections, people, or making new connections with people in a light-hearted environment. So just be a little bit more mindful of leading from a more evolved and spiritual space more than insecure space, Virgos. Now Virgos, on the 28th of May, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus, which is your 9th house. Now Venus in the sign of Taurus is in its own sign, because Taurus is ruled by Venus, and in your 9th house, which is about learning, traveling, exploring, all these matters. So all these things is very appealing to you during this time. You're very keen to experience all these 9th house energies, and you want to explore, you want to have an adventure, you want to connect with new people. So all these energies are definitely there. Now it is a Taurus sign, so you may not be So you may not be overly interested in exploring, or may not be fully comfortable in, going out of your comfort zone, but nevertheless you're still interested in adventure. You want something new from what you have been doing until now. So this is a good energy to seek that adventure going forward, Virgos. Now on the 29th of May, Mars will be conjuncting Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 8th house. Now when Mars and Jupiter comes together, it's quite a strong energy to make things happen and get past the obstacles. If there are any restrictions, any obstacles, this energy really helps you get past, because Mars together with Jupiter will give you the courage and the confidence to take initiative. And in your 8th house matter, which is financial related matter, shared finance and creating wealth together, you'll be definitely very willing to take these action and move forward whatever you want to do, the wealth that you want to create. And even an intimate matter, if you want to connect with people more on soul level, this is a great time to really move forward, and you will be very confident to take this initiative, because Mars is the energy, it's the will to take action, it's the drive, the ambition, and Jupiter is your hopefulness, optimism, expansion, growth. All this in 8th house means some kind of financial growth, some kind of financial advancement, and this can be through business or other people's money or social finances or inheritance, loans, tax rebate, whatever that might be. There is opportunity for some kind of growth in your financial matters towards the end of May. Now Virgos, on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 10th house. Now new moon means new beginning, a new start, fresh start. And in the sign of Gemini, it's to do with communication and a connection. Now this new moon is in your 10th house. So it's about fresh start, new beginning in the way you communicate and connect in your career environment, in your business environment, in your professional matters. So this is a great time to take action or set new intention and have these new beginnings regarding your goals and ambition, career goals and ambition, professional goals and ambitions, Virgos. So definitely a great time to set new intention for the next 6 months where your career matters are concerned, Virgos. So Virgos, overall the month of May 2022 for you is going to be all about your relationship matters, your value system, how you share resources, how you build resources together, and your need to explore, expand, keep an open mind, new experiences, adventure, new territories, new opportunities. Utilizing all these energies for growth and advancement, both material and spiritual, is what the month of May brings for you, Virgos. Libras, the month of May 2022 is about transitioning from the Pisces energy, which is more watery and mutable, to Aries energy, which is fiery and cardinal. So the planets are moving, the planets Venus, Jupiter and Mars are moving signs from the sign of Pisces to the sign of Aries in the month of May. Now for you Libras, your relationship matter, your partnership matters are in focus during this month of May. Besides that, there's also significant focus on your work and health matters, your shared finances, shared value system, your need to, explore, travel and learn, and also your home environment. So there's a lot of energy around these matters. So there's a lot of planetary energies around these matters. Now on the first day of May, the 1st May itself, there's a conjunction between Venus in the sign of Pisces and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now Venus in the sign of Pisces is in your 6th house and Pluto in Capricorn is your 4th house. So your 6th house and 4th house matter are very positively aligned right on the first day of the month of May. So your work and health matters, your daily routine, your structure, how you structure your day, your lifestyle, your habits, your health matters as well. All that is aligning really well with your home matters, which is to do with your emotional and physical foundation. So this is a very good time to bring profound, spiritual, deep, intense change, transformation in these matters. And your existing relationship, your social ties, your interaction, all that is going to deepen during this time, because you're feeling a lot more in tune with what you want in life in terms of your own emotional stability and security. So if you're fulfilled from within Libra, then it kind of transcends on other people as well around you, and in your work and just daily life as well, and your health matters as well. So it's quite a positive energy on the first day. Now the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 7th house, your opposite house, which is about partnership, both personal and business. So when Venus moves in your 7th house, this is the time for fresh start, fresh beginnings in your relationship matter. Now it can be personal or business. Now when Venus comes in your 7th house, it can lead to more commitment in relationship. It can make a relationship or partnership more official, more legal. So maybe you move in together, or you get married, or maybe a business partnership. You negotiate a good contract and you sign up on a business partnership. So whatever that might be, you will be definitely relationship partnership will be very appealing for you in the month of May. Now there's a lot of energy emphasis on your 7th house, because there's going to be Venus, Jupiter and Mars all moving one by one in the month of May in your 7th house. So there's a lot of emphasis in your relationship matter. So this is a great time to improve your personal relationship as well, and give it more time as well, and understand the dynamics of your relationship in terms of your expectations of others and others' expectations of you. So it's a good time to really harmonize and balance and improve your relationship as well. Now on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces is going to sextile Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 6th house and 4th house experiences are very well aligned, very positively aligned. So again, it's your daily life, daily structure, your habits, your routines, all that is aligning very well with your home, home matters, your family members, your own security and stability. So this is a good time to bring positive changes both in your daily life and your home environment. So with this Jupiter and Pluto aligning together in your 4th house, you could get some good positive news regarding your home matters, and you don't have to force these energies. This will happen naturally, and this will evolve you, grow you spiritually, advance you, just overall life, stability, security, fulfillment, satisfaction will be much more received by you during this time. So this is a very positive time overall for your advancement, growth, both personal and professional, and also for wealth creation as well. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces in your 6th house is going to sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 8th house. So 6th house is your work and health matters, and 8th house is your shared finances and joint resources. So when Mars and Uranus comes together, what happens, it creates a lot of excitement, a lot of opportunity, unexpected opportunity as well of growth in terms of your work and your money matters, your joint finances. So if you are working together with somebody in a partnership, or if you're working together with somebody in a partnership, or you're cooperating together, or you have a union, or mutually benefiting kind of a union, where you mutually benefit, financial benefit, like in business partnership, then this is an ideal time to be inspired, be motivated to take action, because this is a great time to really start things as well, especially things that you wanted to work on, but it was kept on the back burner. So this is time with Mars and Uranus together. This is a very action oriented, initiative taking, courageous, confident kind of energy. And with Uranus, it's a very progressive energy, out of the box kind of thinking, kind of energy, very excited, unexpected, and really growth oriented, game changing kind of energy. So definitely this is a great time to bring about changes that you want to bring about in your work and health matters and your shared finances both. Now on the 6th of May, Libras, Mercury, which is in the sign of Gemini in your 9th house, is going to sextile Venus in the sign of Aries in your 7th house. So when 9th house and 7th house energies comes together with the Mercury and Venus energy, this is a very fun loving, friendly, relaxing, enjoyable time. So with your relationship and your 9th house, which is exploration, you could be traveling with your partner, or connecting, socializing with people on your travels. So it's really good time, very blessed time to connect with your partner. So it's a very blessed time, very positive time to connect with your partner, or make or build positive relationship, social relationship going forward, Libras. Now Libras, on the 10th of May, Mercury is going to go retrograde in the sign of Gemini in your ninth house. Now the ninth house is to do with exploration, learning, traveling, just meeting new people, keeping your mind open to new adventures, new opportunities, new experiences, new territories. So with Mercury in your ninth house, you're very flexible and adaptable, and you have this need for travel, you have this need for adventure, you have this need to learn. So this is a great time to express yourself verbally, the ideas, the philosophies, the thoughts, whatever you have within you, the belief system, whatever you want to communicate with others. This is a great time to connect with other people, especially with new people, experience with new people. You have people you have not interacted with before. It could be connecting with people in distant land or over the internet, connecting, socializing, or through social media and all. So this is a really good time to socialize, connect with people, communicate, share your ideas, your skills, capability, whatever that is, sharing all that is a great time to really put yourself out there. Now Mercury is in a retrograde motion, so it is moving backwards. So all this energy can stem through reassessment, reevaluation. So whatever ideas and information you're sharing, you may be sharing it in a more restrained way during this time. You may not be too much upfront, but nevertheless it's a great time to share ideas, share information, and just be a little bit more communicative and verbally, especially with people from different cultures, foreign or just distant lands, distant people who are not in your immediate environment. Now on the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Aries and in your 7th house, which is about partnership and relationship. So Jupiter brings this luck, this blessed energy, this optimistic energy to your relationship. So this is a time of prosperity and opportunity regarding your relationship matters. So if you got existing relationship, this is a great time for growth, expansion, happiness, blessed time together. If you're not in a committed relationship yet, this energy can legalize, make your relationship official, or you could move in together, or you could come across somebody who can become significant in your life in due course. And this can be both personal and business. So if it's a business scenario, you could be signing up to a business partnership, coming together for business purposes or collaboration, whatever cooperative kind of arrangement. So this Jupiter here is going to bring a lot of luck where your relationship matter is concerned, Libras. Now Libras, on the 16th of May, there's a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio in your 2nd house. Now a lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon, which means culmination, fulfillment, gratification. It means ending, releasing, revealing as well, because it's a full moon energy, so everything is illuminated. So 2nd house is to do with your personal finance and your self-worth. So matters related to this will come to a culmination, ending, or some kind of fulfillment. Now if you had started something in the last 6 months, you may reach a fruition or result outcome during this lunar eclipse on the 16th of May. So regarding your financial matter, you will have some kind of shake-up, some kind of shift to bring in new energy and to adjust old energy. So if you got a set pattern currently regarding your money matters and it's not helping you grow, this is the time to release old ways of thinking, old ways of managing money, and bring in this new energy, even new ways of making money. So if you got money, so if you make money in a certain way, maybe you can introduce or understand what you can do to improve or adjust that energy going forward. Now Libras, on the 18th of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces, will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 6th house. So your work and health matters is spotlighted during this time. Now Mars is a strong forward moving energy, and Neptune is a spiritual energy, which is about connections, soul connections. So when it comes in the 6th house, your daily life, daily structure, although you have this deep need to connect on a deeper level in terms of how you work, and your health matters as well. Now with this Mars coming together with Neptune in your 6th house, you may be working really hard. You may be working really hard, and you may not know when to stop. So you may get stressed, overworked, overextending yourself in your work environment with your colleagues and all that. So it's very important to look after yourself as well, your health as as well, because Neptune has this blurring kind of energy, boundaryless energy, limitless energy. And with Mars coming together, you may feel overworking, you're limitless, you got this limitless capacity to work a lot during this time. But it's very important to keep in mind your health matters. Mars wants to achieve as much as possible, as much work it can do in the 6th house, but it's very important to not overextend yourself, not overwork yourself, which can have an effect on your health matters. So watch out for not overdoing it in your daily life, Libras. Now Libras, on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is in your 9th house, will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 7th house. So Mercury and Jupiter is aligning together in a positive aspect and bringing your 9th house and 7th house matters together in a very positive alignment. So this alignment of Mercury and Jupiter together in a positive aspect will give you better understanding of your life path, where you're heading in terms of your partnership matters, in terms of your growing needs, life purpose, life direction, new opportunities, in learning, traveling, whatever that might be. It gives you a better understanding with this Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is about communication and connection, and it's about mental agility. And Jupiter in the sign of Aries is very much about opportunities, prosperity, action, advancement and all that. So together it's all about improving your relationship, the existing relationship that you have, and communicating better, and coming together for the prosperity and growth together. Now on the 22nd of May, Mercury is going to enter the sign of Taurus. It is in retrograde motion, and from the sign of Gemini it's moving backwards and has entered the sign of Taurus on 22nd of May. Now Taurus is your 8th house, Libras. So Mercury here is very analytical. It understands how to handle money or accounts or datas, and is very keen to research and analyze, and is very insightful in 8th house. So anything related to your 8th house matter, you're very much analytical about it. You're looking deeply into it. You are getting to the bottom of the matter regarding your 8th house matter. So that is your shared finances, shared resources. It's also to do with your financial matter in terms of taxes and insurance and all that. So you may be looking deeply into these matters during this time. Now in the 3rd week of May, Libras, the planet Mars is making positive aspect with both Pluto and Mercury. So on the 22nd of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces in your 6th house is sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 4th house. Now when Mars and Pluto comes together, there's a tremendous energy generation, especially to achieve your goals and ambitions, whatever that might be. You're very keen to move things forward, and bringing 6th and 4th house energies together. It's all about your daily work, what you do on a daily basis, your daily structures, your routine, and your home environment as well. So if you're doing a DIY or something, or decorating or decluttering, this is a really great energy to take the initiative and move things forward. And with your 6th house energy, you're very goal oriented. You want to take things off, you have a routine, you have a structure, you want to get as much done with this Mars and Pluto energy. Just watch out for your health. Don't overwork, which may lead to exhaustion and your health may get affected. So just watch out for that. Otherwise, Mars and Pluto coming together is great time to get things done, get things moving. Now on the 23rd of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will sextile Mars in the sign of Pisces. So your 8th house and 6th house matters are very well aligned, positively aligned during this time. So when Mercury and Mars comes together in a positive alignment, you are mentally driven to succeed. You want to achieve your goals and ambitions, and you are ready to exert that energy, exert that mental energy and physical energy to achieve your goals. Now it is in your 8th and 6th house matters. So any financial matter that you're dealing with during this time, whether it's tax, insurance, your finances, whatever that might be, and your daily life, your structures of the day, what you're doing, all that is really going hand in hand during this time. So you're definitely working very hard during this time to improve your finances, to build your finances, and also you may be really looking deeply into all these matters as well during this time, Libras. Now on the 24th of May, Mars will enter the sign of Aries and in your 7th house. Now Mars is at home in the sign of Aries because it rules Aries. Now when it enters the 7th house, which is about partnership, both personal and business, you're very passionate about your relationship and business matters or business partnership. So you're very keen to socialize and you're very driven to socialize as well. During this time, Libras, you will be definitely very drawn towards people. You want to socialize, especially a significant person in your life. And this can be again personal and business. So if it's related to your business matter, you're very keen to take on that business partnership. You want to move things forward. Now there is a lot of 7th house energy this month with Venus, Mars, Jupiter all in there. So there's a lot of emphasis on your partnership on your relationship. So you're definitely moving things forward, improving things, signing up to things, committing to things, making it official, legal, and all these matters is very appealing to you as well. You're very driven to take action in these matters, and it leads to growth and advancement as well. You engaging in these matters, Libras, will lead to growth and advancement as well. Now Libras, on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries is going to sextile Saturn in the sign of Aquarius, which is your 7th and 5th house. So Aries is in your 7th house and Aquarius is your 5th house. So when planets in 7th house and 5th house aligns positively, it's all about relationship, romance, creativity, joyful time, fun time, coming together creatively as well. So this is a fantastic time to have that fun and loving time, relaxing time, socializing time. You're very keen on serious companionship, whether it's business or personal. So you are definitely driven to move these things forward as well. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's your 8th and 4th house energy. Now when Mercury and Pluto comes together, your communication style is very persuasive. You're very effective in your communication. You're very intense in your communication. And with 8th house and 4th house energy, which is to do with your home environment and your intimate relationship, you are communicating more intensely, more deeply, and you mean what you say during this time. You're very much influential as well. The way you communicate, you're very effective and very efficient as well. Now Venus in the sign of Aries will square Pluto in the sign of Capricorn on the 27th of May. So your 7th house and 4th house matters will be at a challenging aspect on the 27th of May. So Venus is about relationship matters, your money matters, your own self-awareness, your own value system. And Pluto is about transformation. It's an intense energy, intense and powerful, deep energy. So when 7th house and 4th house matters come together, there might be some sort of power play or control issues in your home matters or within relationships. So watch out for this energy with this Venus and Pluto coming together in the last week of the month of May. Now Libras, on the 28th of May, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus. So it was in the sign of Aries. Now it moves in the sign of Taurus on the 28th of May, which is your 8th house. Now Venus is to do with relationship matters and your money matters. So when it comes in the 8th house, which is a very intense hidden kind of house, the energy of 8th house is very intense and hidden. So what happens is you become very passionate, very intense, even consuming regarding your relationship and your money matters. So it is a lot on your mind. You are seeking intensity in your relationship matters. You are very driven. You're not interested in casual encounters. You want more deeper connection, soul connection with your partner. And Venus in the sign of Taurus, which it naturally rules, is in a good place in sign wise. And in the 8th house, the relationship can become, there might be control issues or drama in your relationship. So just watch out for that kind of energy. Now on the 29th of May, Libras, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 7th house of relationship and partnership. So when Mars and Jupiter comes together, it's all about energy, expansion, initiative, confidence, courage to take action, awareness and all that. So this is a very positive, optimistic, hopeful, action oriented, initiative taking kind of energy in your 7th house. So it is an ideal time to start a relationship or commit yourself to somebody. You know, if you are already in a relationship, you can move in together. Or if it is a business partnership situation, you can sign up to that business partnership, move forward, because Mars will make you do that. It's a very intense, action-oriented energy. It wants to take action. It wants to move forward. And with Jupiter, which is a spiritual energy, but it's also to do with overindulgence, expansion, optimism, hopefulness. So Mars and Jupiter together is ready to overcome any obstacles that might come its way and, you know, reach to its goal. So definitely you will be keen to make relationship and partnership happen during the last week of month of May, Libras. Now on the 30th of May, there is a new moon in the sign of Gemini. Now Gemini is your 9th house. Now Libras, new moon is about new beginning, and in the 9th house you can expect some kind of new beginning to your 9th house matter. So you can set new intention, goals and ambitions, whatever you want to whatever you want to set going forward in your 9th house matter. Now Gemini is to do with communication and connection, so a new beginning in the way you communicate and connect, especially with people from abroad, or while you travel, or maybe you can learn something new, upskill yourself, relearn something. So all those energies are there with Gemini, with this new moon in your 9th house. So this new moon definitely will begin a new cycle and will present you the opportunities related to 9th house matter, which is traveling, learning, expanding, exploring. So all that energy is definitely there for you to utilize, Libra. So Libras, overall the month of May 2022 is going to be a lot about your relationship matters, your shared finances, your intimacy, your work matters, your home matters, and your desire to explore, expand, and take on new opportunities. So it's a really good month to take action on your desires, whatever you want to do, and just be careful not to overdo where your work life is concerned, and take care of your health as well, Libra. So overall it's a really good time to move forward and advance both materially and spiritually. Scorpios, for you in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your work and health matters. Now in this month, the energies, the planetary energies are shifting from the Pisces energy to more Aries energy. So we are shifting from watery and mutable energy to more fiery and cardinal energy. So this is a time to really get things moving. So anything that you wanted to move forward, especially in your work and health matters, this is the month when you can actually transition from just thinking about it to actually doing it. Now Scorpios, besides the work and health matters, this month there's going to be emphasis on your creativity, yourself, your relationship, the way you communicate and connect with people as well. So the month begins with a very harmonious aspect between Venus and Pluto. Now Venus is still in the sign of Pisces on the 1st of May, but it will shift in the sign of Aries on the 2nd of May. But the month begins with the energy of Venus in the sign of Pisces, sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. Now this is your 5th and 3rd house, because Pisces is your 5th house, Scorpios, and 3rd house is your Capricorn house. So there's harmonious energy between how you express yourself and how you communicate and connect yourself. Your creativity and your self-expression and the way you communicate and connect is very harmoniously aligned during this time. So you may experience profound changes during this time, especially more on spiritual level, where your creativity and the way you connect with people is concerned. So it is the time to connect with people on a more meaningful or more deeper level, and also share your creative energies with other people. Now on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries. From the sign of Pisces, it moves in the sign of Aries. So that is your 6th house matter. Now 6th house is to do with work and health matter, and Venus in the sign of Aries is all about, a fresh start, taking action, moving things forward, especially in terms of how you socialize with people, how you connect with people, your money matters, relationship, your own self-awareness as well. So Scorpios, this is an opportunity to, refresh things in your work and health matters. So if you're connecting with people in your work environment, or any kind of energy related to your work or health matter, that is stagnant and is not growing. It doesn't have that energy left in it. This is the time to refresh the energy with Venus in your 6th house. So this is a great time to have fresh start in your work and health matters. So if you want to change your job, or you want to introduce a new plan regarding your health matters or exercise plan or diet plan, whatever you want to do, this is a great time to take care of your mind, body and spirit, and create more awareness regarding what is good for you, what is helpful for you, where your well-being lies, and find a balance between your work and health matters, Scorpios. So in the first week of May, Scorpios, there's a lot of positive alignment between planetary energies. So on the 3rd of May, there is a Jupiter in the sign of Pisces sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 5th and 3rd matter again is highlighted, emphasized during this time. So again, it's to do with your creativity, expansion, growth, related to how you express yourself, your solo project, also how you communicate and connect with others. You are very persuasive as well. The communication style is very effective during this time. So it's a great time to really expand, bring in the growth in your life through the way you socialize, connect, network, communicate, share ideas and all that, Scorpios. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So that's your 5th house and 7th house. Taurus is the opposite sign. So your relationship angle comes into play during this time. So 5th house is to do with your creativity, your solo expression, romance, love, the need to have fun, children and all that. And 7th house is relationship. So with Mars and Uranus energy coming together, there is an increased desire to have fun, relaxed time, recreational time, have fun with your close ties, your children, your loved ones, your relationships, significant other, spouse, whoever that is. So you are really in the mood to have fun, and it's perfect time to make changes if there is any kind of energy that's lacking in these matters. This is a time to take the initiative, inspire yourself, be creative, be fun loving, have the time to do something from the bottom of your heart, whether it's creativity, projects, love, with children, spending time with children, whatever that might be. This is a great time to really take initiative and be inspired to do that as well. Now on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries. Now Venus has moved in the sign of Aries on 2nd of May. So your 8th house and 6th house axis is very well aligned during this time. Now 8th house is to do with other people's money, your finances, shared finances, the resources that you build together. And 6th house is again your work and health matters. So with Mercury and Venus energies combining with your 6th and 8th house energy, Mercury and Venus, when it comes together, it's a time to have fun in your daily life. It's a friendly time, loving time, fun loving, relaxed time. It's a very social time to be a little bit more harmonious where your relationship is concerned. Now on the 10th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini is going to go retrograde. Now Gemini is your 8th house. So 8th house is to do with finances, it's to do with resources, also with taxes, loans, debt, social finance and all that as well. So with Mercury going retrograde, you may be analyzing or introspecting, especially in terms of finances, shared finances, business partnership and all that. Maybe you're looking into the accounts during this time, if there are debts or loans or anything to pay off. This is the time when it's retrograde. It's time to go back and double check everything, because retrograde Mercury can cause disruption and communication and technological mishaps. So just be mindful of how you're communicating, connecting, sharing ideas or emailing. If you're emailing or sending, basically communicating, they can be sort of a disruptive energy. So it's very important to double check whatever you're trying to send. For example, if you're sending a document to the bank or receiving something, maybe a contract, you're checking on that. So it's time to double check before you sign any papers, Scorpios. Now the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter is going to enter the sign of Aries. Now Aries is your 6th house. So again, there's a lot of energy building up in your 6th house matter in the month of May. First there was Venus entering the sign of Aries, then there's Jupiter going in, and then towards the end of the month there will be Mars entering in the sign of Aries as well. So there's a lot of Aries energy building up in your 6th house. So with Jupiter in your house of work matters, health matters, and just your everyday activity, it brings a lot of luck, opportunity, prosperity in your work and health matters. So this is the time to really take action in your work and health matter, because Jupiter is going to really bring that energy, and it will also bring optimism and hopefulness, because Jupiter is this abundant energy, but also it gives a lot of hope, optimism. Sometimes it takes you overboard as well, so it's very important not to get overindulgent in your hopefulness, or even, you know, just your general life. You know, maybe you're exerting too much, or you're so positive that you're not taking care of your health and you're overeating, you're not maintaining your health and diet. So that energy can also be there, because Jupiter is this happy, abundant, prosperous energy, and it can go either way. So just be mindful how you're organizing your daily life, your work and health matters. Now Scorpios, on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio in your first house. Now a lunar eclipse is accompanied with a full moon, so there's a full moon in your sign. Now a lunar eclipse is basically a time of culmination, fulfillment, gratification, and in your first house you may be coming to a culmination in terms of maybe your own mindset, how you see yourself, how you see your image, how you perceive yourself, or you may be coming to understanding or clarity regarding how the world perceives you, how people, you know, external to you perceives you, how they see you, and also in your relationship, because it's a full moon. So Sun is in the sign of Taurus in your 7th house, so your relationship angle is also very much activated during this full moon. So it's all about your relationship with yourself and others, so how you're communicating, connecting with people, how you are taking care of your own needs and taking care of other people's needs as well. You know, balancing it out with your own expectations of yourself and your expectation of other people, and vice versa as well. So other people's expectation of you as well. So you're balancing your relationship matter during this time, and something that you may have started in the last 6 months will reach a culmination as well with this full moon in your sign. So if you're trying to project yourself in a different way, maybe it's appearance, how you look after yourself, you know, and you know, how you project yourself, so all that will come to some kind of culmination or gratification or fulfillment, or there will be a better understanding of your own self-image, so that you can make adjustment and move forward. Now Aries, on the 18th of May, Mars, which is still in the sign of Pisces, is going to conjunct Neptune. Now Pisces is your 5th house, so Mars and Neptune both are together in the sign of Pisces in your 5th house. Now when Mars and Neptune comes together, Mars is this action, fiery energy, you know, it's your drive and ambition, and Neptune is a little bit more spiritual energy, you know, it's related to your soul connections, it's related to inspiration, imagination, it's also related to compassion and sensitivity. So when Mars comes together with Neptune in 5th house, which is the house which is to do with doing things that is close to your heart, so Mars here together with Neptune will nudge you to, you know, take up causes or do things, especially in terms of your creativity, which is, you know, is more meaningful, more fulfilling, you know, which is more from the center of your heart, you know, from your heart center. So during this time you may use your creative energies to do something, you know, charity or positive humanitarian kind of energy, or something, you know, more sensitive and compassionate. Now on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini is going to sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your 8th house and 6th house energy are very positively aligned. You know, the energies, the emphasis is quite positive during this time. Now Mercury is to do with your communication and how you connect, and Jupiter is, you know, your hopefulness, expansion, growth, knowledge, self-awareness. So this may give you a better understanding regarding what you want in life, where you want to grow, how you want to grow, how you want to project yourself, especially in work environment, or you know, how you see yourself, your daily life, and also connecting with other people more on deeper level. So you may get a better understanding regarding your own self, your own needs, where growth needs to take place, how you function on day-to-day basis, how your health matters. All this you may get a better understanding of all these matters, Scorpio. Now on the 22nd of May, Mercury, which is moving in backward motion, in a retrograde motion, the sign of Gemini, will enter the sign of Taurus on 22nd May in backward motion, in a retrograde motion. So Mercury is still moving retrograde. Now Taurus is your 7th house, which is the opposite sign to your Scorpio. So Mercury is in your 7th house of partnership, relationship, and one-to-one interaction. Now during this time you may take communication and connection with people, you know, socializing in relationship matter, whether it's personal or business, you may be taking it a little bit slow, because Mercury in the sign of Taurus is very focused and wants tangible outcome but it's not as motivated to take action. So it's a little bit slow energy. Now, in the third week of May, Mars, which is in the sign of Pisces, in your fifth house, is making positive alignment with planets like Pluto and Mercury. Now, Pluto is in your third house and Mercury is your seventh house. That's where the Taurus sign is, and Pluto is in the sign of Capricorn in your third house. So Mars is making positive alignment in the fifth house with the third house and seventh house planet. So again, your self-expression, your communication, connections, networking, your skills and capabilities, your relationship, business partnership, all this is coming into play. So it could be something to do with your career matter, maybe business matters or relationship, or just the way you socialize. You are using your creative energies to, be a little bit more relaxed in terms of how you socialize with people, how you communicate and connect with people. You're very driven. You want that intense relationship, deep relationship, like solid relationship. And you're using your mind as well to have these tangible outcomes. And you're expressing yourself, basically what you want. You're expressing yourself, you're communicating better, you're networking, and all these is leading to a solid relationship foundation and with tangible outcomes. So that's your focus during this time. Now, on the 24th of May, Mars, which is the third planet in the month of May, enters the sign of Aries. So Venus, Jupiter is already in the sign of Aries. Now Mars is also in the sign of Aries in your sixth house. So there's a lot of build-up energy in your sixth house matter, which is work and health matter. Now Mars in the sign of Aries is in its home sign. So in your sixth house matter, you're feeling very courageous, spontaneous, active, very energetic to take action. So sixth house is your daily life, what you do on a daily basis, your structures, routine, work, health matters, all that. So you're very, very driven to move forward, and you're probably working really hard and doing a lot of things as well during this time and the month of May, and the entire month of May, because there's so much built-up energy. So your work and health matter is very much at the forefront. You are really focused. You're getting a lot of things done, ticking a lot of boxes, moving things forward. So you're very driven in your job, in your work environment, or if you want to look for another job, you're very driven to do that as well. So basically your daily life is super busy during this time, Scorpios. Now in the last week of month of May, for you Scorpios, there's a lot of focus again on socializing, on connections, networking, communication, business, personal partnership, and all that. So on 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries in your sixth house sextiles Saturn in the sign of Aquarius in your fourth house. So your sixth house and fourth house matter is positively aligning during this time. So there's a lot of focus on your home life and your daily life, what you're doing on a daily basis. You have this desire for stable companionship, stable relationship, stable home environment during this time. So you are communicating, connecting with people, displaying your creative energies and all that, your projects and whatever, the business dealings and all that. And you may need reassurance, from your, family members, within your home environment. You want to feel happy in companionship, you want solid base, and you want to feel valued during this time. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury, the sign of Taurus, is going to trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So it's your seventh house and third house matter is well aligned during this time. Now Mercury, when it comes together with Pluto, your communication is very persuasive during this time. You are able to influence people. Now Mercury, Pluto affecting your seventh and third house matter, your relationship, partnership, business partnership, the way you interact, socialize, and your communication, all that is very efficient, effective, persuasive, influential as well. Now on the 27th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries is going to square Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your sixth house and third house energies are a bit challenging during the fourth week of May. So the energies between your sixth house and third house matter is a little bit challenging during this time, especially in terms of relationship, partnership, deeper intimate partnership, and those as well. So the way you're communicating, the way you're connecting, and your daily life, maybe you're overexerting, you're working really hard because there's so much emphasis on your sixth house matter, and maybe the communication within your relationship, companionship, maybe a significant relationship, spousal maybe, or business, whatever that might be, the communication may be lacking a little bit. There is an energy that it may be lacking. So just be mindful, not be overly workaholic during this time, and really, not communicate and connect with, within your relationship, because Venus has this, romantic relationship. So if you got spouse, so it's a good idea to, communicate and connect with them more and not just spend time doing the work and overexerting in the work and overworking during this time. Now on the 28th of May, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus, which is your opposite sign Scorpio, and it's a great time for love, relationship, companionship, anything committed, and both business and personal. So if you want to commit, make it official, or move in together, this is a good time. Venus in the 7th house in the sign of Taurus, which it naturally rules, is all about sensuality. It's about pleasure. It's about romance within your relationship. So this is a good time to connect with so this is a time to create more awareness regarding your relationship and really connect with your loved ones, your better half, your significant other. Now on the 29th of May, Mars will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries, so that is your 6th house. Now Mars and Jupiter, when it comes together, it gives a lot of energy to whatever your ambition is. So if you want to achieve something, take something off, Mars and Jupiter together in the last week of May will give you that extra drive, that extra ambition, the energy, also the physical energy to move things forward in your work and health matters. So it's a great time to set goals, achieve goals, whether it's your work matter or health matter, and to really move forward. Now on the 30th of May, Scorpio, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 8th house. Now during a new moon, a new cycle begins, and in the sign of Gemini, it's to do with how you communicate and connect with people. So in your 8th house, this is a great opportunity to set new goals, achieve new goals in your 8th house matters. So it's to do with your finances, your shared finances, shared value system. And with Gemini energy, you could be communicating effectively or improving your communication when working with others, whether it's a business partnership or intimate relationship. So overall, Scorpio, in the month of May, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on your work and health matter, because there's so much energy in your 6th house man. There's a massive build up there. So your work and health matter is definitely at the forefront. Make sure you balance it with your relationship, your communication, how you communicate and connect with people, Scorpios. Sagittarius, for you in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis on your creativity, on your artistic side, your self-expression, your solo project, the need to have fun, the need to have a relaxed time, recreational time with your loved ones, with your children. So Sagittarius, this month, it's time to do things which is close to your heart or from your heart, which brings you joy, delight, gratification. Now, there's also going to be emphasis on your home life or with your family members, your own work matters, health matters as well, relationship and money matters. Now, in the month of May, we will experience a transition from Pisces energy to Aries energy, because the planets are moving from Pisces sign to Aries sign. So there is a transition from a more mutable watery energy to a more fiery cardinals energy. So this is the time to really take action and move things forward, especially in terms of your solo project, creativity, self-expression, creative projects. So whatever you want to move things forward during this time, especially something you do to bring joy to yourself and others, this is a great time to do that. Now the month of May begins with the energy of Venus in the sign of Pisces, sextiling Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So for Sagittarius, your 4th house and 2nd house matters are well aligned during this time. Now Venus does move in the sign of Aries on the 2nd of May, but the month begins with this positive alignment between your money matters and home matters. So you may be connecting within your relationship, your family matters, with your close ties, more on a deeper level, more on a little bit spiritual level during this time. Now the 2nd of May, Sagittarius, Venus will move from the sign of Pisces into the sign of Aries, and Aries is your 5th house. So your 5th house matter gets activated straight from the beginning of the month of May. So this is a great time for fresh start in matters of love, money, relationship, your own self-awareness and all that. And in the sign of Aries in your 5th house, this is a great time to take action and move things forward, especially in where your creativity or creative project or solo project or just, taking a risk with something. Maybe you have been doing something until now in a certain way, whether it's to do with your creativity, your job, financial matter, whatever that might be. But during this time, you will feel the energy to refresh it. So if there is any kind of stagnant energy, old energy in your fifth house matter, this is a great time to move things forward. Now, it is also the house of love and romance. So you may be, getting involved in a new relationship during this time. So that's a possibility as well. Now, Sagittarius, in the first week of month of May, there's a lot of positive planetary energies. The configuration alignments are quite positive during the week of May. On the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces will sextile Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 4th house and 2nd house axis again comes into play. In fact, the entire first week of May, there's a lot of positive energy with your home life and your money matters. So you may be spending during this time to have a good time. Now, Jupiter can give overindulgence as well when you're now, Jupiter can give overindulgence during this time. Maybe you want to have a good time, maybe you want to have recreational time, good time, fun time with your family members, your close, loved ones, and you are willing to, spend your money as well. So just be mindful with the, how you're spending your money. Now, on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So your 4th house and 6th house matters are very positively aligned again. Now, Mars and Uranus, when it comes together, it's about energy and taking action, sudden action. Mars and Uranus together is quite a very exciting energy. So you're very excited to take matters forward, whether it's your home life or your work, just daily life, what you do on a daily basis. So you're very enthusiastic to engage with your family members or just your home environment. Maybe you want to move a house, or you want to change house, or you want to decorate house, whatever that might be. So there is an enthusiastic energy, the need to have fun and excitement as well during this time in your daily life, the way you just function on a daily basis, and bringing family members in the equation. Now, on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries. So your 7th house and 5th house matters are aligning during this time. Now, 7th house is relationship and 5th house is, creativity, fun, romance, love, and all that. So with Mercury and Venus energy, it's about light-hearted romance, fun, exciting time, romantic time, pleasurable time, relaxed time. So this is a time to engage with relationship, a close relationship, and have that good time in the first week of May. So first week is definitely a lot about connecting, having fun, engaging with, socializing with people within your close time, within your family environment as well. So with family members as well. And, if you are socializing externally in terms of love, in terms of new love and romance, again, a great energy, Sagittarius, for you. Now, on the 10th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will go retrograde. Now, Gemini is your 7th house. It's the opposite sign. So relationship matters are coming into play. Now, Mercury in your 7th house, Gemini, is a great time to have these conversation with people, one-to-one interaction when you're socializing. The Mercury in the sign of Gemini will give you this added boost where your communication is concerned, especially when connecting with people, socializing with people. Now, it is in a retrograde motion, so it may not be as upfront as usually Mercury would be in Gemini, but nevertheless, it's still quite a Gemini energy. So you're definitely very communicative during relationship, and if you're forming new relationship in love and romance or socializing, you're definitely very communicative. You want to express yourself and even impress others through your communication and ideas and information, whatever you have. Just be mindful that it is in retrograde motion, so there may be a possibility of being misunderstood or misinterpreted during this time when socializing with people. Now, on the very same day as Mercury goes retrograde, Jupiter moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 5th house. So Jupiter in your 5th house brings this massive luck where your love, romance, creativity, children, expression, solo projects, and all that is concerned. So this is a time to be more optimistic, open-minded, expansive, where your creativity is concerned. Now, Jupiter in 5th house is in a great position because it really makes you express yourself wholeheartedly, and it brings opportunities of prosperity as well during this time. And it brings opportunities your way, and prosperities, abundance, luck, and all that blessed energies. Quite a blessed energy in your 5th house. So even in terms of starting a family, having children, or spending time with children as well, this is quite a happy, blessed, growth oriented energy. Now on the 16th of May, there's a full moon lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio in your 12th house. Now 12th house is to do with your own subconscious patterns, old patterns, old ways of doing things, or also your own mindset, your own subconscious energy around it. Also 12th house is to do with your need to retreat, take a break, recoup your energies, recharge your batteries. So a lunar eclipse in your 12th house can give you kind of a culmination or understanding or fulfillment, or a release or better understanding, more awareness regarding your own subconscious energy, what you are doing, why you're doing, your internal motivation. You may be reevaluating your life path, life direction during this time, or something you have been doing until now where your soul connection, spiritual growth, and your own well-being is concerned may come to fruition during this time, or more awareness during this time, so that you can make adjustments to move things forward. Now this full moon is on the axis of 6th and 12th house, which is your work and health matters, and your healing, and your spiritual growth and all that. So Sagittarius, the 6th house and 8th house energy is all about healing. So if there are any past patterns, old patterns that is keeping you stuck, you may get a better understanding how to move forward, especially in terms of your productivity, daily life, and service to others. Maybe your job or whatever you're doing on a daily basis, you get a better understanding of the situation going forward. Now on the 18th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces conjuncts Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 4th house, Sagittarius. So Mars together with Neptune in your 4th house is going to be all about finding to do something that is more meaningful, something that's connected to your soul, a little bit more spiritual, so a little bit more inspirational, imaginative, and something that gives more fulfillment and meaning in life. So in terms of your home environment, you're very driven to take action, but you're leading from a little bit more compassionate and sensitive space, especially when dealing with people in your close environment, within your emotional and physical foundation. So you're definitely willing to put your heart and soul into something more fulfilling and satisfying, and something that leads to inner contentment and your own stability and security. How you see yourself and your own inner contentment is definitely in focus during this time. So it's great. So use this energy to do something meaningful, fulfilling, and something that's connected to your soul. Now on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini, which is in retrograde motion, sextiles Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So 7th house and 5th house energy is again coming into play. So again, it's all about relationship, romance, creativity, having fun time, communicating, connecting, more awareness, self-awareness regarding all these matters. Also, it's quite a blessed energy in terms of how you're connecting and communicating. So just be mindful with this retrograde energy of Mercury that you're not misunderstood or misinterpreted when socializing or connecting with people. Otherwise, it's really a very beneficial, blessed energy to move things forward creatively, romantically, socially, whatever that might be. Now, the 22nd of May, the retrograde Mercury that's moving retrograde in the sign of Gemini enters Taurus in a backward motion, still in a retrograde motion. So on the 22nd of May, it enters your 6th house of work and health matters. Now, Mercury in 6th house can give anxiety or worry regarding your daily life and daily, what you do on a daily basis. Maybe you're getting overwhelmed regarding your daily life, your structure. Maybe there's no structure and you need to put structure during this time. So Mercury in your 6th house in retrograde motion can create a stressful situation. So it's very important to organize yourself, and Mercury in 6th house is also good at organizing itself as well. So it may get overwhelmed, but it does at the end of the day does end up organizing and structuring the day better, whether it's your work or health matters, Sagittarius. Now in the 3rd week of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces in your 4th house makes positive alignment, really good aspects with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 2nd house. and Mercury in the sign of Taurus in your 6th house. So your home matters, your daily life, your money matters. All these energies are very positively aligned. So you may be able to get a better job, more paying job, or you're able to organize your work in a way that you're able to spend more time with your family members, and your money matters are also organized during this time. So with the daily life, your home life, and money matters all coming into play. This positive energy regarding growth, structure, and just moving things forward, Sagittarius. Now on the 24th of May, Mars moves in the sign of Aries in your 5th house. So there's already Venus and Jupiter in the 5th house. Now Mars enters your 5th house as well. So Mars in the sign of Aries is in its own sign. It's its home sign. So it's in a very happy position. And in your 5th house, which is a natural fiery house, it's a natural Leo house. So again, Mars in here is absolutely in a great position. So anything that you want to do, anything you want to bring energy to action, this is a great time to move that forward. So you're very spontaneous, very courageous, very confident to show your creative side. And whether it's in romance, love, with your close tie, with your friends, with children, you're very eager to have fun, show your love. It's a great month for you, Sagittarius, with there's so much energy in your 5th house in the sign of Aries, which is a fellow fire sign. So really a good time for you, Sagittarius, to move things forward and show your romantic, lovable and creative side. Now in the last week of the month of May, there's a lot of positive energy where your self-expression, your money matters, your work matters, your health matters is concerned. So on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries sextiles Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So your 5th house and 3rd house, which is self-expression and communication. So during this time, there is a need to feel loved and valued, and even reassurance. You might need more reassurance where you're and you might need more reassurance during this time, where in the way you connect with people, communicate with people, and have fun, whether it's romantically or creatively, whatever that might be. If you're connecting with people, there might be a need to be reassured and to feel valued. So it is a positive energy. So these kind of commitment, reassurance will come your way, Sagittarius. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus trines Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 6th house and 2nd house matter are very positively aligning. So that's your work and money matters. So you may get some kind of positive, tangible outcome regarding your work matter or daily life. So it is a positive alignment. So you may be using your communication style in your daily life, in your work matters, to make more monies, to influence people, to have an impact, and you may come across very effective, communicative, going forward. Now on the 27th of May, there is a challenging aspect between Venus in the sign of Aries and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 5th house and 2nd house matter. Now Venus is in the sign of Aries in your 5th house and squaring Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in the 2nd house. So when Venus and Pluto forms a challenging aspect, there might be control issues or power issues where relationship or the way you socialize, the way you connect with people is concerned. So just be mindful of this challenging energy, but overall the other energies are quite positive. So you'll be able to handle this change, this intense energy in the way you socialize, Sagittarius. Now on the 28th of May, Venus enters the sign of Taurus in your 6th house, Sagittarius. Now Venus is in its own sign because Taurus is ruled by Venus. Now Venus in Taurus makes your relationship, your romantic side, whatever that might be, a little bit more practical and more goal oriented during this time. And in your work matter or daily life, which is associated with 6th house, your expression of love, the way you communicate, the way you socialize, in relationship, you may be a little bit more serious and practical. Your expression of love in relationship during this time, especially on a daily basis or in work environment, may be a little bit more practical, helpful, more tangible, more stable. The way you want to help is a little bit more productive and useful. You want to be of service, but you want to be of service on a more tangible basis. Now on the 29th of May, Mars will conjunct Jupiter on the sign of Aries, which is your 5th house. Now this is absolutely brilliant, blessed, time for anything to move anything forward in your fifth house matter, because Mars is this energy and Jupiter is this luck factors. So anything that you want to move forward, any growth, abundance, prosperity, opportunity that comes your way during this time, Mars will give you that energy to move things forward, and it's physical energy. So you will be physically very ready to take on these opportunities in terms of your fifth house matter, which is to do with your creativity, self-expression, projects, solo project, creative projects, romance, love, children, starting a family, whatever that might be, Sagittarius. This is a good time to really move things forward. Now on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 7th house, which is your opposite sign. Now a new moon is a time when a new cycle begins. So this is the time to manifest new beginning in your relationship matter. Now Gemini is a sign of communication, connection. So you're having a new beginning within your relationship and partnership in the way you communicate and connect with people. So this is a great time to start. If there are any stuck energy, past energies that's not helping you grow or improve your relationship, this new moon in Gemini in your 7th house, Sagittarius, can give you the opportunity to begin afresh with where your partnership is concerned, and this can be both personal and business. So Sagittarius, overall, this month of May 2022 is all about yourself, your creative side, your self-expression, your creative energies, the need to have fun, romance, love, children, all that. And you're balancing these energies with your daily life, your work, how you're structuring your day, how you're connecting, socializing people, your relationship matters and all that. And also your home environment is improving. There's growth, taking place there. And you're willing to spend that time and money to have a good time with your close ties, family members, relationship, people in your life, significant people in your life. So Sagittarius, it's a great time to have fun, enjoy, and basically do things that bring joy to you, which is from the bottom of your heart, Sagittarius. Capricorn, for you in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis in your 4th house, which is to do with your emotional and physical foundation. So in the month of May, the energies are shifting from the sign of Pisces, which is more of a mutable and watery energy, to Aries energy, which is more cardinal and fiery energy. So for you as well, the energy is shifting to your 4th house. Now, besides the emphasis in your 4th house, Capricorn, there's also focus in the way you express yourself, the way you communicate, your creativity, your self-expression, also how you connect with loved ones, whether it's children, a romantic relationship, or just your close ties, people around you, how you connect with them. So there's a lot of emphasis on that energy as well, and also on your work, health matters, on yourself as well, your own energies as well, and also your work, health matter, your social circle, your money matters, and yourself as well, Capricorn. So the month of May is going to be a lot about how you express yourself, how you communicate within your home environment on a daily basis, on an everyday basis. So the month of May, Capricorn, begins with a sextile aspect, a very harmonious aspect between Venus in the sign of Pisces and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your sign. So your 3rd house of communication and 1st house of your self-image is very well aligned. So during this time, the way you're connecting and communicating is very appealing to people, and the way you're projecting yourself is very appealing as well. So your appearance and communication is very appealing as the month begins. Now on the 2nd May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries. Now Aries is your 4th house, so home and family matters is coming to focus. Now when Venus enters the sign of Aries, which is the first sign of the zodiac, it brings a lot of cardinal energy to your relationship matters, money matters, and just your self-awareness. So within your home environment during this time, Capricorn, you want a fresh start. So you're more loving during this time, you want pleasurable time, you want to spend time with your family members and within your home environment, and also your physical house as well. You may be beautifying it, redecorating it, renovating it, or buying a new property, or moving to a new property. So Venus in the sign of, so Venus in your fourth house is definitely about beautifying your place, your house, or buying beautiful house, or just connecting with your family members in a loving way. Now in the first week of May, Capricorn, there's a lot of positive energy between planets and is affecting your communication style, your projection, your appearance, your expression, creativity, projects, solar projects, all these matter very positively. So on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces will sextile Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So again, your third and first house matter is very well aligned. So it's all about how you communicate and how you project yourself. And it's a very fortunate, blessed, growth inducing time. You're very positive during this time as well to bring these profound changes within yourself, the way you communicate, the way you project yourself, the way you connect with people. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So your 3rd house and 5th house matter is positively aligned. So again, your communication, your self-expression, your creativity, how you express yourself how you express yourself with loved ones, in romance, in love, with children, how you spend time with them, valuing them and valuing your time with them as well. So you're communicating and connecting and expressing yourself a lot during this time. Also, Mars and Uranus, when it comes together, it creates an enthusiasm for change, for even sudden change. It can be progressive change. Really, you're changing your mindset basically around this time, Capricorn, because 3rd house is also to do with your mindset around loved ones, around how to express love, how to be affectionate. So you are definitely very eager to spend time in a loving way, in a pleasurable way, in something you do, something that brings you gratification and brings gratification to your loved ones, and also your creativity as well. So you're expressing yourself creatively. So Mars and Uranus together is very energetic, enthusiastic, initiating, exciting kind of energy. Now on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Pisces. So your 6th house and 3rd house energies is coming into play. Now 6th house is your work and health matter, your daily life, and 3rd house is your mindset, how you think, your thinking, your outlook, your communication, connection, and all that. So Mercury and Venus together is a very relaxed, fun loving, pleasurable time again. So I can see the whole first week of May is going to be a lot about having a good time, pleasurable time with your loved ones, be more expressing, be more affectionate with people in your life, people who are close to you. So it's a really positive energy to connect, communicate, socialize in your relationship, within your relationship, and just the way you connect with people, your loved ones, Capricorn. Now Capricorn, on the 10th of May, Mercury will turn retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your 6th house. Now Mercury in 6th house can create a bit of anxiety because you're overworking yourself or stressing out with the daily life. There's so much to do. But Mercury is retrograde in the 6th house, so it can help you to organize your life better. Now it is in the sign of Gemini, so it's again your communication, connection, how you're communicating, using your skills to organize your your daily life better. So that could be a very positive energy as well. Now on the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter will enter the sign of Aries in your 4th house. Now Jupiter in your 4th house is all about opportunity, abundance, prosperity in your home environment. So this could be a perfect time when you're buying a house, or moving to a bigger house, or beautifying your house, or you're connecting with your family home environment more, or you could expect an addition to your family. Maybe you want to start a family, so that can also be there because Venus is already in your 4th house, and Jupiter joining there is a absolutely brilliant time to have this blessed time in your family, with your family members, or starting a family as well. So great time to start a family or buy a house, or just your own emotional, physical foundation as well. It's a very growth inducing, very positive energy, blessed time for your
to have a great family time. Now on the 16th of May, there's a lunar eclipse full moon in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 11th house of social circle, collaborations, your group projects, your future plans and goals and all that. So during this lunar eclipse, now full moon lunar eclipse is all about culmination, gratification, fulfillment, or realization. So maybe something you started in the past, or just past mindset as well, is coming to a realization. You're getting a better understanding of your social circle, your friend circle, who are your friends, who are not your friends. So you're getting a better understanding during this time. So you're getting a better understanding during this time. So if there are any control or power issues where your social circle is concerned, or your group project, your team, or working with peers, associates, acquaintances, professionally, or even in business, or even in business situation, if you think there is some kind of hindrance or control issues, this full moon in your 11th house will give you better understanding, more awareness regarding where you are and how to move things forward. You'll get a better picture of whom you are, who's on your side, who's not on your side during this time in your social setting. Now on the 18th of May, Mars conjuncts Neptune in the sign of Pisces in your 3rd house. Now Mars is about drive, ambition, it's energy, it's fiery energy. And Neptune is more compassionate, spiritual, and creative energy. Now when Mars and Neptune comes together in your 3rd house, there's a strong desire, strong need to connect with your heart, to do something meaningful, to connect with things, something more fulfilling, more meaningful, something more spiritual, something that leads to spiritual growth. So in your 3rd house is about communication, connection. So you are communicating and connecting with people, and you have the strong desire to connect more from the heart center, more on a compassionate, sensitive basis. So you're definitely expressing your ideas, your information, thoughts, whatever you have, and you're very energetic and enthusiastic about it, but you're leading from a little bit more sensitive, compassionate, and listening to other people's side as well. Now on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your 6th house and 4th house matter is very positively aligned during this time with Mercury and Jupiter. Now Mercury and Jupiter, when it comes together in your 6th and 4th house, it gives you better understanding of where your growth lies, how to move forward, how to take on new opportunities to move forward. Now your 6th house, which is your daily life and work and health matter and your structure of the day, and 4th house is your family matters and your home matters. So you'll get better understanding regarding what to do, how to bring this blessed energy, growth inducing energy, opportunity in your in your daily life, in your home environment. So you get a better understanding regarding the needs of your family members as well, your home environment. You are a little bit more connected with your family members during this time, and you want to bring that positive growth inducing energy in your home environment. So you're structuring your daily life in a way that you have more time to spend with your family. Now on the 22nd of May, Mercury enters the sign of Taurus in your 5th house. Now 5th house is your creative house. It's a house of fun, enjoyment, love, romance, your children. Now Mercury is in a retrograde motion. It turned retrograde in the sign of Gemini and has moved back to the sign of Taurus. So you're from your 6th house, it's now in your 5th house. So Mercury in the sign of Taurus wants a tangible outcome. It's a little bit more focused in the sign of Taurus. So you may use your communication style, whether it's written or verbal, to express yourself. Maybe express yourself in love, or affectionately, or creatively with your closed ones, loved ones, your children, your romantic relationship, or creatively, which can be within your creative project or whatever projects you're involved with. It's about expressing both creatively and affectionately. Now Capricorn, in the 3rd week of the month of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces in your 3rd house makes positive aspect with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 1st house, and Mercury in the sign of Taurus, which is your 5th house. So your 3rd house, which is your communication and your mindset, how you communicate, what you think, and connecting positively with your sense of self, your appearance, your self-image, and 5th house, which is your expression, self-expression, creative expression, affectionate expression. So there's a surge in energy during this time. So you are feeling very communicative. You are energetic, enthusiastic to communicate as well during this time, whether it's creatively or affectionately. And there's almost like a passionate desire to express yourself during this time, and it's having a positive impact on the way you project yourself, your goals and ambition as well, whatever you want to achieve moving forward, whether it's in your creativity or in your daily life or the way you communicate. All that is very well aligned during this time, and you have this energy as well, the surge in energy, the passionate desire as well to make things happen in the third week of May for you, Capricorn. Now on the 24th of May, Mars moves in the sign of Aries in your 4th house. Now Mars in the sign of Aries is in its home side. So with Mars in your 4th house along with Venus and Jupiter, there's a lot of blessed energy, intense energy, lively, enthusiastic energy in your home environment. So there's a lot of action happening where your home matters is concerned, where your own emotional, physical foundation is concerned, where your relationship with family member are closed, close ties concerned. So during this time, you may be buying property, selling property, moving to another property, or just, decorating your home, or spending more time with family members, having a more enthusiastic kind of energy in your family life. So you're very eager to spend time as well. You want to engage more with your family life during this time. Now, in the last week of the month of May, Capricorn, there's positive planetary alignment where your home matters, your money matters, your sense of self and how you express yourself creatively and affectionately is concerned. Because on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries in your 4th house is going to sextile Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. That is your 2nd house, your money house. So Venus and Saturn energy together is about getting serious where your money matters, your relationship is concerned. So with 4th house and 2nd house matter, you could be buying a house to settle your family in, or you could be laying down your roots or starting a family as well. So your money matter and the home matter is coming into play. So it could be moving to a new place or beautifying your home and spending that time, because there's Venus and Saturn energy, which is about love, romance, relationship, and Saturn is about solidifying it, crystallizing it. So it could be an energy of starting a family or buying a house. So it could be an energy of starting a family or buying a house or beautifying your house, redecorating your house and spending money on all that. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 5th house and 1st house energies are very beautifully aligned during this time. Now when Mercury and Pluto comes together, your communication is very intense, very persuasive, you're very effective, and you're influential and making an impact as well. So again, your image, your expression, all that is very impactful during this time. Now on the 27th of May, Capricorn, there's a challenging energy between Venus in your 4th house and Pluto in your 1st house. So your 1st house is your sense of self and your home matters. So just be mindful not to be overprotective or overpossessive regarding your family matters, or there might be some kind of a power struggle or control issues in your home environment and clashing it with your what you are trying to achieve for yourself, your self-image, your life path, or whatever you're working towards, maybe clashing, maybe you're not giving enough time to that, or they need more time from you regarding these matters. So definitely, so you can balance this energy, because overall there's a lot of positive energy in your family and home matters. So this is something that can bring a kind of a challenging aspect, but you'll be able to overcome it because there's so much positive energy in your 4th house. Now on the 28th of May, Venus moves in the sign of Taurus, which is your 5th house. Now Venus in the sign of Taurus is in its own sign because Taurus is ruled by Venus. So Venus in your 5th house, Capricorn, it's all about affection, romantic connection, self-expression, creative energy, having a good time, being playful, spending time with your children, with your loved ones, being more romantic, being young at heart. So that's what Venus, which is about money, love, romance, affection, of self-awareness as well in your 5th house, which is to do with self-expression, creativity, love, joy. So it's absolutely brilliant energy. Now on the 29th of May, Mars in the sign of Aries is going to conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 4th house. So this is perfect time to move anything forward regarding your family matters or your home matters. This is a great time to move things forward. So it's a very blessed time, full of opportunities and prosperity in your home matters. So Mars is going to bring that extra energy, extra drive when connected with Jupiter. So you're very confident and very courageous during this time to move things forward regarding your home matters. So if there are any stuck energies regarding your home matters, this is the time when you move things forward. You have this initiative, drive, willingness to move things forward. Now Capricorn, on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 6th house. Now new moon is a time of new beginnings, manifesting new energies in your life. And Gemini is to do with communication, connection. Now 6th house is your everyday life, your work and health matter. So there could be a chance to set new intention, new goals going forward where your work and health matters are concerned, and also the way you communicate and connect with people are concerned on a daily basis, Capricorn. So overall, Capricorn, the month of May is the time when you're taking more action, putting more energy in being more affectionate and creative, and focusing more on your home matters, your creative matters, your need to have fun, enjoyment, and you're expressing, connecting with people within your home grounds more during this time, and also expressing yourself and also projecting yourself in an appealing way, in an impactful way, Capricorn. Aquarius, for you in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of emphasis in the way you communicate and connect with people. Now, in the month of May, there's a transition of planetary energies from Pisces to the sign of Aries. So Pisces was more mutable, watery energy, and it's moving to Aries, which is more cardinal and fiery energy. So in the month of May, the energy will be a little bit more forward moving, action taking, and really a lot of focus on your ambition and drive. So besides the way you communicate and connect in the month of May, there's also focus on your creative side, your money side, your spiritual side, your children, your home matters. All those matters are very much in focus in the month of May for you, Aquarius. Now, the month of May begins with a Venus in the sign of Pisces, which is your 2nd house, connecting with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, your 12th house, in a very harmonious alignment. So Venus is sextiling Pluto on the first day of the month of May. Now, Venus is about relationship, money matters, your self-awareness. When connecting with Pluto in your 12th house, it's about re-evaluating these energies, going deeper spiritually, and even just mentally finding more fulfillment and meaning in your in your life direction, in how you move forward, especially in terms of your money matters and your value system. So this is the time to release any subconscious pattern that's holding you back, where your money matter is concerned, your relationship matters as well, the way you socialize and connect with people. So this is the time to release old energy where your money matters is concerned, especially if it's holding you back and not growing you basically, and bring in new energy after evaluating these energies, where you want to go forward. You need to reevaluate your life path regarding the way you connect with people and the way you make money and your own self-worth as well, because 2nd house is to do with your money matters, but it's also to do with how you connect with money matters. Are you attaching your sense of self-worth to the money, the amount of money you make? So that needs to change. Now, on the 2nd of May, Venus moves in the sign of Aries, which is your 3rd house. Now, 3rd house again is communication and connection. So you are very enthusiastic to have fresh start in the way you communicate and connect with people. Now, 3rd house energy is Gemini energy, natural Gemini energy. So it has this social media element as well, and also the way you connect with people in terms of sharing information, ideas, your thoughts are also to do with your mindset and outlook. So Venus in the sign of Aries is a time to let go of stagnant energy, old energies, and connect with your value system, something that gives you more self-awareness regarding where you are in life and where you want to go from here. So where connection and communication is concerned, Venus will give you this more self-awareness and the energy for fresh start in your value system, the way you value yourself and how you communicate and connect, how you socialize with people, forming a relationship and money energy as well, how you see money in your life going forward. It's a lot to do with your mindset, how you perceive these things, Aquarius. Now, in the first week of May, Aquarius, there's a lot of positive energy where your home matter is concerned, your money matters, the way you express, communicate, the way you connect with people. So you'll have this opportunity to give more time to these energy and improve relationship and how you can connect, communicate, how you handle money, how you look at your home situation as well. Because on the 3rd of May, Jupiter in the sign of Pisces will sextile Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So that's again 2nd and 12th house energy coming into play. So again, it's to do with how you value yourself, and this needs to be reevaluated, how you need to go deeper, you need to become a little bit more spiritual regarding all these energies, you know, your money matters and how you see money, how you see yourself. Because if there are any stuck energies, old patterns, which may be, you know, leading to your own self-deception. Now, this Jupiter connecting with Pluto also is about abundance, prosperity, moving forward, growth, progress, blessed energy as well, because Pluto brings that intensity to Jupiter to bring about this positive, even sudden change where your money matter is concerned. So you may change your outlook, and that leads to, you know, generation of wealth, or, you know, going forward. Now, on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces in your 2nd house will sextile Uranus in the sign of Taurus in your 4th house. So when Mars and Uranus comes together, it's a lot of energy for progress. So your goals and ambition around your money matters and home matters, there's an added drive, ambition, energy, enthusiasm, excitement to make things happen and to move things forward, because Mars is your energy and Uranus is this progressive energy, even sudden energy. So you will have this need to move forward where your money matter is concerned, and, you know, your home environment is concerned. You could be moving residence, because Uranus in 4th house brings that sudden change, and with Mars energy attaching to this Uranus energy, so you may have this sudden drive to move around. Now, on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries, which is your 5th house and 3rd house. Now, when Mercury and Venus comes together, it's a very fun time, pleasurable time, relaxing time. So your 5th house is your need to have fun, creative expression, self-expression, your house of romance and children and all that. And the 3rd house is about, you know, it could be short trips, it could be communication, connection, networking, business trips, you know, all that, your mindset as well. So Mercury in your 5th house is allowing you to express yourself affectionately and creatively, and connecting with Venus in the 3rd house, it's all about how you value yourself, how you value connections. Your thinking is a little bit more relaxed and affectionate during this time. So you want to communicate and connect with people more sensitively, affectionately, creatively as well. Now, on 10th of May, Aquarius, Mercury goes retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your 5th house. Now, Mercury in a retrograde motion in the sign of Gemini is about expressing yourself creatively and affectionately, but it is in a retrograde motion, so just be mindful of not being misinterpreted or misunderstood during this time. So overall, it's a really nice energy to communicate creatively, affectionately, and have fun time in connecting, because Mercury is to do with connections, and 5th house is a house of fun. So you're connecting with people, especially your loved ones, and having fun. Now, on the very same day, Aquarius, on the 10th of May, Jupiter will enter Aries and in your 3rd house. Now, Venus is already in the sign of Aries, and Jupiter is also in the sign of Aries now. So Venus and Jupiter together in the sign of Aries. And Jupiter is this blessed energy, you know, growth inducing, optimistic, hopeful, abundant, expansive, progressive energy. So it's bringing all that energy to the way you communicate and connect. So you are very much eager to make connection, happy connection, you know, valuable connection where you feel valued as well. So with Jupiter in your 3rd house, you are sharing ideas and, you know, connecting with people, and it's all brings a lot of pleasure to you, and it's very important for you as well during this time. Now, Aquarius, on the 16th of May, there is a lunar eclipse, a full moon in the sign of Scorpio, which is your 10th house, your career matters and your professional matters. Now, a lunar eclipse, which is accompanied with a full moon, is a time of culmination. It's a time of a release, a gratification, fulfillment. Something you started in the past or in the last 6 months reaches a culmination. Now, it is a lunar eclipse, so it could be something long term as well that's coming to a realization of fulfillment. a release, maybe a culmination, an ending. So during this full moon, you'll get a better understanding where to go from here, the adjustment that you need to make in your career matters, in your professional matters, in your business matters, to move on to the next stage. Because with a lunar eclipse occurring in your 10th house, things may be ending, but this is also an opportunity to look at things in a different way, create more awareness, and see how you can proceed and where you want to go forward. Now during a full moon, the opposite axis also gets spotlighted, so your 4th house matter is also coming in the equation. So you're balancing your work and your home matter as well during this time, Aquarius. Now Aquarius, on the 18th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will conjunct Neptune in the sign of Pisces, which is your 2nd house. Now Mars is the energy, it's the drive, the ambition, and Neptune is the spiritual energy. It's the energy of compassion, sensitivity, creativity. So when Mars comes together with Neptune, what it's asking you to do in your 2nd house matter, which is to do with your money matter, is to put your heart and soul in a more sensitive, creative, spiritual thing. So you are connecting with your spiritual side, and you have the strong desire to do something or achieve something meaningful in your money matters, and also the way you see yourself, your self-worth, going forward. So Mars connecting with Neptune is definitely want to achieve something meaningful and spiritual. Now Aquarius, on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So your 5th house, and 3rd house, which is your self-expression, creative expression, fun time, romance, love, children and all that, is connecting with your communication house in a very positive alignment. So you'll get better understanding, more awareness about what you do on a daily basis and regular basis regarding your communication, how you communicate, how you express yourself. You will use your creative expression, the way you communicate, your voice, written, whether it's written or verbal, to connect with people, to express yourself creatively as well during this time. Now on the 22nd of May, Mercury will enter the sign of Taurus. Now Mercury is moving retrograde in the sign of Gemini, and in the backward motion it enters the sign of Taurus on the 22nd of May, which is your 4th house. Now when Mercury enters the sign of Taurus, you're very energetic, lively, especially in your mind, the way you think in your home environment. So it could be you're starting a home-based business to make money, because Taurus is the sign of money, and Mercury is your communication, how you connect with people, how you communicate with people, and 4th house is your home. So you could be looking at making money from home using your communication and the way you connect with people, the way you share information, Aquarius. Now in the 3rd week of May, there's a positive alignment with Mars and other planet. So Mars is in the sign of Pisces in your 2nd house, in your money house, and is positively aligning with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn, which is your 12th house, and Mercury in the sign of Taurus, which is your 4th house. So your 12th house, 2nd house, and 4th house energies are very positively aligned in the 3rd week of May. So this energy is a lot about ambition, goals and ambition, and working really hard on your goals and ambition, whether it's to do with your money matters, your home business, family members, and all this has gone through and all this may have a spiritual connection, more meaningful connection for you. So Mars in the 2nd house is very hardworking to make money, but also just be mindful of spending money as well, because Mars in the 2nd house has the tendency to spend money as well for ego satisfaction. And connecting with Pluto in your 12th house, you may have doubts sometimes what to do and how to move forward, because with Pluto in your house of subconscious, you are really digging deeper in terms of what you want, how to go forward. You're reevaluating your life path, life direction, past patterns and all that, past energy, the way you have been doing things. And this energy is connecting with Mars in the 2nd house. So there's a tremendous drive to make money, most definitely during this time. Now Aquarius, on the 24th of May, Mars into the sign of Aries in your 3rd house. Now Mars in the sign of Aries is in its own sign, because Aries rules Mars. So Mars in Aries is a lot about energy, drive, ambition, to communicate and connect, to share information, to put yourself out there, to make connections, even short trips, business trips. You're very eager to to achieve all this. And with Venus and Jupiter already in there, you're already putting a lot of effort and you're feeling really motivated to achieve this. And with Mars joining in with all this Venus, Jupiter and Mars energy in your third house, you're very determined to communicate and you're working hard towards it as well. So your everyday environment is very busy, your day-to-day life is very busy, just wanting to form connections and using your skills and capability to connect with people, network with people, share ideas, share information during this time. Now in the last week of the month of May, Aquarius, there's a lot of positive energy in the way you communicate, connect with people, your subconscious self, your inner contentment, inner fulfillment, finding meaning in what you do, finding spiritual connection in what you do. And this is to do with your home environment and the way you see yourself, Aquarius. So on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries in your third house of communication connects with Saturn in the sign of Aquarius in your first house. So when Venus and Saturn comes together, it's looking for reassurance, it's looking to be valued, it needs to be valued, because Venus and Saturn coming together is a very practical energy when your communication and self-image is concerned, but you're also looking for validation in the way you communicate and connect and share ideas. So you definitely want some kind of reassurance, some kind of commitment from other people, especially in relationship or even in money matters. So you need to see some kind of tangible outcome in the way on a daily basis in your everyday environment to feel validated with this Venus and Saturn energy. Now it is a positive alignment, so you will end up getting this fulfillment during this time. You'll get this recognition and this gratification that you're seeking. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus trines with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your 4th house of home matter and 12th house is in a very harmonious, free-flowing aspect. So your inner contentment, inner fulfillment meets your subconscious pattern satisfaction. So this could be a time when you are re-evaluating your family life, your home life, or giving it more time, spending more time retreating and spending time with family members. Now on the 27th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries in your third house squares Pluto, the sign of Capricorn, in your 12th house. So third house and 12th house energies are challenging during this time. Now third house is communication and 12th house is your spiritual side. So maybe what you're communicating and what you want to communicate is not aligned with your spiritual side, or is not from what internally motivates you, what makes you happy, what grows you spiritually as well. So just be mindful of the way you're communicating and connecting with people does not lead to power issues, control issues in relationship dynamics, and just because Venus is to do with your relationship as well. So just be mindful of these energies during the last week of May. But there are harmonious aspects in the way you communicate, so you will be able to find a way around to communicate effectively. Now Aquarius, on the 28th of May, Venus enters the sign of Taurus in its own sign in your 4th house. Now Venus in 4th house brings balance, harmony, peace in your home environment and with family members. So you're looking for comfortable environment in your home, even luxurious environment. So you may be spending money during this time to beautify your home, to make it more conducive to your liking, where you feel more relaxed and happy. Now on the 29th of May, Mars conjuncts Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your 3rd house. Now when Mars and Jupiter comes together, it brings massive energy to whatever your ambition is, whatever growth you want to bring in your life, the opportunities, prosperity, whatever you want to bring in your life. Mars gives you that extra drive, ambition to go for it, even physical drive and ambition. So you're definitely very eager to communicate effectively. You're very driven to communicate and connect with people as well during this time. And there is a lot of blessed energy in your 3rd house. So you will be able to successfully achieve your goals and ambition regarding your connections, communication, sharing information, making money through that, and bringing prosperity and opportunities in your life during this time. Now Aquarius, on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 5th house. Now new moon is a time of starting something new, a new cycle. And Gemini is about communication and connection. And in your 5th house, which is about self-expression and your creativity, You're finding a new way, a fresh way of communicating and connecting with your loved ones in your creative environment. And you're more focused on your own expression, self-expression, your solo projects, what gives you gratification, what brings you joy. And during this new moon, there's an opportunity to focus on yourself and not much worry about what the world has to say, what others have to say, or seeking validation externally. So this is the time to bring this new beginning in the way you express yourself, even though it is on a solo basis, Aquarius. So overall, Aquarius, during the month of May, there's a lot of positive focus on the way you communicate, connect, share ideas and all that. So you will have the drive and ambition, the time to put in these energies in all these matters. So you're communicating and connecting and expressing yourself, your own needs, and your money matters, your home matters. All this is really aligning beautifully during this month of May, Aquarius, for you. Pisces, for you in the month of May 2022, there's going to be a lot of focus on your personal finance, your accumulated wealth, your material gains, and also your sense of self-worth. Now, in the month of May, the planetary energies are moving from your sign, from Pisces sign, to the sign of Aries. So we are moving more from watery, mutable energy to a more fiery cardinal energy. So this month is a great time to take action, to move things forward. In whichever area of life you want to grow and need to take action, this is the month to move things forward, Pisces. Now, besides financial matter, there's also going to be focus for you on yourself, on your self-image, the way you project yourself, also your social circle, your friend circle, group projects, organization you're part of, teamwork, acquaintances, associates, your future goals, hopes and wishes as well, and also your home environment, your family members, and also the way you communicate and connect. So Pisces, on the very first day of the month of May, on the 1st May, Venus is in the sign of Pisces in your sign and is connecting with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house in a very positive alignment. So Venus is in your 1st house and Pluto is in the 11th house. So your social circle, your collaboration, the way you connect with people socially, is connecting with your self-image, the way you're projecting yourself. So when Venus and Pluto comes together, there's a profound change, transformation happening in your life, in your sense of self-awareness, your relationship, and your money matters. And it's a very spiritual evolution, very spiritual transformation, especially the way you connect with your friends, your social circle, your with group project, if you're part of an organization or company, career matters, professional gains, connecting with your self-image. So it is a positive alignment, so you can use this energy to make an impact, to influence others, especially in a group environment, in a teamwork, and share your ideas, information, whatever you have, openly. Now on the 2nd of May, Venus will move in the sign of Aries. So from your sign, it moves in the 2nd house in the sign of Aries. Your money matter is in the focus in this month. Now Venus in the sign of Aries is a great time to have fresh starts, especially if there are stagnant energy related to your 2nd house matter, which is your money matters. If there are old energies, stuck energies, this is a time to renew those energies. So during this time, you may be spending money to buy beautiful thing, luxurious thing, because 2nd house is about material possession, accumulated, the objects, the assets, all those things. So Venus here makes you want to spend money on beautiful things. So just be mindful of the money you're spending. If you're buying impulsively, you may end up in a financial situation that is not happy. You may end up in a financial situation that may not be happy. So just be mindful of the money you're spending and how much you're spending. And it's a good idea to have a financial budget, a plan before you splurge. Now, in the first week of month of May, Pisces, there's a lot of positive planetary alignment and its effect. And these alignments are having positive effect in your sense of self, your personal destiny, your priorities, your social circle, your group environment, also the way you communicate and connect with people, and your money matters and home matters. So the first week of May is a good time to make progress in these areas. Now the 3rd of May, Jupiter, still in the sign of Pisces in your 1st house, makes a very positive alignment, a sextile aspect with Pluto in the sign of Capricorn in your 11th house. So again, how you connect to your social group, your friends, group projects, your future goals, hopes and wishes, professional gains, business gains, all that is connecting with your sense of self-image, your priority, your destiny, how you're projecting yourself very beautifully. So this is a great time to bring these positive energy in your life. So if you want to connect with people, collaborate, this is a great time to do that. And the changes that you bring during this time, the profound changes, the sudden changes as well, will bring growth in your life going forward, where your whole persona is concerned, Pisces. Now on the 4th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces sextiles Uranus in the sign of Taurus. So your first house and third house, which is yourself and how you think, comes into spotlight. Now Mars in your first house is giving you this energy, enthusiasm, initiative, confidence and courage to move things forward. And Uranus is in your third house for many years, and during this time forming a very positive alignment with Mars, it's giving you this need, this ambition, the drive to make changes, sudden changes, progressive changes in the way you project yourself and the way you think, the way you communicate, the way you connect with people. So with this Mars and Uranus aspecting positively, this is a brilliant time to bring the sudden changes, progressive changes in your life, where you in the way you communicate, connect and project yourself, Pisces. Now on the 6th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Venus in the sign of Aries. So that's your 4th house and 2nd house matters are positively aligned during this time. So your home matters and your money matters is aspecting very well together. Now Mercury and Venus, when it comes together, it's a time of having fun, pleasure, relaxing time, enjoyable time. So you're keen to bring this lively, fun atmosphere in your home environment. So and you're also willing to splurge, spend and be extravagant about your expression of love in your home environment. Now Pisces, on the 10th of May, Mercury goes retrograde in the sign of Gemini, which is your 4th house. So Mercury in your 4th house makes you very imaginative, very creative and communicative as well, expressing your ideas as well creatively. You could be working from home maybe, or you're bringing this lively, enthusiastic, intellectual environment to your home matters during this time. You may also be interested in knowing about your roots, your foundation during this time, maybe your ancestry and all that. Now Mercury is in retrograde motion, so just be mindful of the way you're expressing, communicating in your home environment, because there's a possibility of being misunderstood or misinterpreted, especially in your home environment. Now on the very same day, on the 10th of May, Jupiter will enter the sign of Aries in your 2nd house. Now it was in the sign of Pisces until now, but on the 10th of May it enters Aries in your 2nd house. Now Jupiter in your 2nd house is very blessed time for your financial matter. It brings a progressive growth, expansive, a blessed energy, really growth inducive, abundant, prosperous opportunities for money matters, your financial matter. So this is a great time to really put yourself out there, your money making capabilities, whatever that might be, to improve your finances and increase your finances. Now just be mindful, Jupiter energy is very hopeful and optimistic, but it can also be overindulgent. So where your finances are concerned, you may be spending more during this time because you're making more. So just be mindful to have a financial plan and a budget so that you don't go overboard, Pisces. So 2nd house energy in the month of May is very blessed and fortunate. Now Jupiter will be in your 2nd house until the end of October, so it is going to bring a lot of blessed energy, abundant energy until then for you, Pisces. Now on the 16th of May, there is a full moon lunar eclipse in the sign of Scorpio. Now Scorpio is your 9th house, and 9th house is to do with foreign travel, learning, exploring, expanding, also new opportunities, new adventure, meeting new people, especially in distant land. So with the full moon occurring in your 9th house, it's also the house of perspective, larger perspective, your own perspective, your own perception, your belief system, philosophies, meaning in life. So during this time, you may be coming to a culmination regarding maybe something you were studying, education program, or maybe a traveling, maybe you've been traveling and it's coming to a completion during this time, or just your perception as well. Maybe your old way of thinking, your perspective until now, whatever that might have been, is going through a change. Now, full moon does bring a release, an ending, a culmination, but it also gives a chance to adjust and change things, transform things, if the energy, that whatever the clarity that it brings, it is not up to your liking. So full moon also gives a full understanding of where you want to go after adjusting, making the changes in the way you perceive, think, your belief system and all that, Pisces. Now on the 18th of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces is going to conjunct Neptune in your first house. Now Mars together with Neptune in your first house is all about having a strong desire, a strong need to connect with your spiritual side, to connect with your heart center, your soul connection, to have more meaning in life, to be more spiritually connected, to be more connected with things that are fulfilling, the desire to be more connected with things that are spiritually satisfying, spiritually growing, advancing. That's what you are focused on, and it's in your first house. So your whole self-image, the perception, how you project yourself, is led by a little bit more sensitivity, compassion, consideration for people in your life, or just circumstances, situation in your life, the way you're projecting and putting yourself out there, the way the world is perceiving you. You have this desire to come across a bit more connected spiritually. Now on the 19th of May, Mercury in the sign of Gemini will sextile Jupiter in the sign of Aries. So that's your fourth house and second house aligning positively. So when Mercury and Jupiter comes together, it gives you better understanding regarding your day-to-day activity, your everyday environment, how you're functioning, how you want to move forward, how you're functioning, what growth you want to bring, what opportunities you want to bring in your life. And this is in the fourth and second house. So you want growth in your money matters most definitely, and you may be doing something from home to increase your finances, because Mercury in your fourth house could be sharing information, doing something, maybe writing, speaking, whatever, from your home to make more money, which is the second house energy. Now Pisces, on the 22nd of May, Mercury enters the sign of Taurus in your third house. Now Mercury is in retrograde motion and moving backwards through the sign of Gemini, and on the 22nd of May it reaches the sign of Taurus, still in backward motion. So Mercury in your third house, it's all about applying your mind to communicate, connect, share information. You're very intellectually engaged during this time. You want to be social as well. Now it is in a retrograde motion and in the sign of Taurus. So in the sign of Taurus, Mercury may not be as active and as wanting to make this connection as it would be in other maybe air or fire sign, but in the sign of Taurus is definitely looking for tangible connection, meaningful connection. It's very focused on communicating effectively. Now on the 22nd of May, Mars in the sign of Pisces will sextile Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your first house and 11th house axis is again coming into play. So again, it's about how you connect socially, collaboration, your group projects, your peers, associates, acquaintances, your future goals, your hopes and wishes, and all that coming together very well with your sense of image, with your sense of self, how you project yourself, your personal destiny, priorities, and all that. Now Mars and Pluto together gives you this tremendous energy, enthusiasm, drive, confidence, courage to make these things happen. So if you want to connect socially, or you want to join a group or team, whatever that might be, this is a great time to connect socially and successfully achieve your goals and ambitions, Pisces. Now on the 23rd of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will sextile Mars in the sign of Pisces. So your third house and first house, again, the way you're communicating, connecting, the way you're thinking, your perception, your opinion, your mindset, outlook, all that, and also connecting with your neighbor, your environment, your everyday environment, your community, with your self-image, with the way you're projecting yourself and the way the world is perceiving you, is quite positive during this time. So you're very intellectually driven during this time. You want to succeed, you want to achieve your goals and ambition, and you're very much communicating, connecting with people, or sharing information as well to achieve your goals and ambitions, Pisces. Now on the 24th of May, Mars will enter the sign of Aries in your third house. Now we already have Venus and Jupiter in the sign of Aries. Now Mars also joins your third house. Now with Mars there is going to be a lot of now Mars in the sign of Aries is its home sign, so it's very comfortable there, and it brings this and it brings the energy, initiative, courage, confidence to move things forward. So during this time you're ready to speak your mind, you're ready to express your mind. So already there's a lot of opportunities to express yourself, and with Mars there you will be very enthusiastic, initiative taking, forward moving, courage, confidence, all that is there to communicate whatever you want to communicate, Pisces. Now in the last week of month of May, there's a lot of planetary energies which are positive and is connecting in your money house, in your social circle, in the way you communicate, your internal motivation, your subconscious self, your spiritual side. All that is connecting very positively in the last week of May. So on the 24th of May, Venus in the sign of Aries is sextiling Saturn in the sign of Aquarius. So your second house and eighth house matter is very well aligned during this time. So you're very much serious about your money matters during this time, Pisces. You have this opportunity to evaluate your decisions during this time, and you want to bring some positive energy where your money or your just mindset around that is concerned, and the way you're valued, you have this need to be valued during this time as well, especially in relationship and in money matters, and also just your sense of self-awareness and self-worth as well, Pisces. Now on the 25th of May, Mercury in the sign of Taurus will trine Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So your third house and 11th house energies are well aligned. Now third house is to do with communication, and 11th house is to do with your social circle. So with Mercury and Pluto together, your communication is very effective, very impactful, very influencing, and you are making that impact in your social circle, in your group project, group work, organization, acquaintance, associates, whatever that might be. You are making that positive you're making that positive impact. You're very persuasive and effective in your communication. Now Pisces, on the 27th of May, there's a challenging aspect between Venus in the sign of Aries and Pluto in the sign of Capricorn. So second house and 11th house planets are in a challenging aspect in the last week of month of May. So your money matters and your social environment is in a challenging aspect. So there might be some kind of power issues or control so there might be power struggle or control issues where your social circle is concerned, and that may be affecting your self-worth, the way you value yourself or the way you are valued. So just be mindful to be a little bit more spiritually connected during this time, and connect with and only connect with things and people that brings value to in your life, that is you want to connect with, spiritually want to connect with. And if there are people in your social circle, in your friends and acquaintances or teamwork or in an organization that you don't connect with well, it's okay to move on from those negative energy, and especially if you're being manipulated or people in your environment are insecure regarding yourself. So just move on from any negative energy. Now you do have a lot of positive energy going on, so you will be able to handle this challenging aspect, Pisces. Now Pisces, on the 28th of May, Venus will enter the sign of Taurus in your third house. Now Venus in the sign of Taurus is in its own sign, so it's in a good position. Now in the third house, your communication style becomes very effective, very appealing. The way you're connecting and communicating is more expressive, diplomatic, tactful, more harmonious and balanced as well. And you can win people over as well through your words, the way you communicate. Now on the 29th of May, Mars in the sign of Aries will conjunct Jupiter in the sign of Aries in your second house. Now this is a completely blessed time for your financial matter, because Mars is this drive, ambition, will to work hard, move forward, and and it's bringing all this energy to you, Jupiter in second house, which is about expansion, growth, abundance, opportunities, prosperity. So Mars here together with Jupiter is going to help you advance in your goals and ambition, whatever you have regarding your money matters, Pisces. Now on the 30th of May, there's a new moon in the sign of Gemini in your 4th house. Now new moon is a time when a new cycle begins, and in the sign of Gemini, which is about communication, connection, there is an opportunity for new beginning in communication and connection, and it's in your 4th house, so in your home environment. So the way you communicate and connect in your home environment, Pisces, there's an opportunity for fresh starts. So use this time to, you know, communicate and connect with people, especially in your home environment, differently from what you have been doing. Bring in new energy, fresh energy going forward, Pisces. So overall, Pisces, the month of May 2022 is going to be a lot focused around your personal finance, your accumulated wealth, and your sense of self-worth. So make sure you're not attaching your self-worth with the amount of money you have or the amount of money you make. And also the way you communicate and connect with people, whether it's in your immediate environment or socially or in your home environment, is going through an evolution. So stay spiritually connected and focus on your growth, Pisces. So this was my May 2022 astrology forecast, just discussing the energy that's available in the month of May astrologically. And there is a transition taking place from Pisces energy to Aries energy. So make this month about taking action, being driven, being courageous and confident to take initiative towards your goals and ambition, and you know, wherever growth needs to take place in your life. So thank you very much for watching and have a lovely day. Thank you.